right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. Hold on. Okay, the mic should sound good now. I didn't have my software working in the background. We should be good now. All right, so first things first, PS5 Pro Fund. Let's go. 200 memberships. Gonna need your help today. We gotta get that PS5 Pro money because Sony's asking a lot. Sony wants that 700. So we have SHOUTOUT. SHOUTOUT immediately contributing to the PS5 Pro Fund, dropping a single membership gift. SHOUTOUT, thank you so much, man. Sony gave me the excuse. I'll be able to review it on the channel, let you know if it's worth it or not, guys. But yeah, SHOUTOUT, thank you so much for the membership gift. We have a couple of super chats. I'll read them in just a moment. Today we're talking more about the PS5 Pro. Has the dust settled yet? Maybe a little bit. I don't know if the dust has fully settled, but not as much. Not as much dust in the air, I would say. Seeing the conversation begin to shift somewhat, which is interesting because I did have a feeling yesterday that a lot of what we were seeing was initial sticker shock, which I mean, to be honest, yeah, it's completely understandable why people are going to have sticker shock. But now that people are getting a little bit settled in here, they're, I'm seeing some interesting stuff out there. Seeing some interesting stuff. Let me see here. We have PlayStation Pete, first super chat of the day. He says, in all caps, buying. Well, actually, the only thing that's on caps is buying. So buying PS5 Pro with disk drive and stand day one, $800. PlayStation Pete doesn't care what the internet has to say. PlayStation Pete doesn't want to hear you tell him what he should or shouldn't do with his money. He's buying it. He's going all in. PlayStation Pete out here, making it known. Cypherpunk comes in and says, we all have become sheep. Like Apple's fans, of course, will buy whatever the cost. Laughing, saying this will be the norm going forward with no competition. This is Xbox's fault. I knew it. I knew when I saw that $700 price point, I'm like, I know somehow, some way, this is Xbox's fault. Damn you, Xbox. SHOUTOUT says, MBG last stream I didn't watch live. Didn't know your wife was with you. You guys are freaking adorable. You two are so beat. I'm jealous and happy for you. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, I did get a lot of positive feedback. It's pretty clear that we are going to have to figure out what we're going to do with Mrs. MBG on the channel because a lot of people really enjoyed that. So I'm glad. I'm glad that could make the stream even more enjoyable. Glad you guys had some fun. Thank you for that, SHOUTOUT. Kane Z7 says, I really don't understand all the outrage. PS4 sold around 116 million units. The PS4 Pro sold 16 million. Sony knows it's a low-volume console for enthusiasts. The internet just likes to complain, to be honest, but still buys iPhones every year. Yeah, I will say, man, like I said, I'm noticing already, it hasn't even been a full, well, actually, I guess it technically has been a full 24 hours at this point. It's been about 24 hours, and I'm already seeing a shift. And the shift that I'm noticing is all the people that are not going to buy this console and are angry at what Sony's doing and are angry at the PS5 Pro and are upset with the price point. They've all made their voices known. And then they just went about their business afterwards. And everybody else who decided that they're going to buy the console is currently buying disk drives en masse on Amazon apparently, and it's the dust is settling right now, and it's resulting in exactly what I expected, which is all the people who are okay with this console and want to buy it are going to do that and enjoy it and have a good time. And all the people who are angry about it and upset are not. And they're going to move on with their lives. And everybody in between is probably just going to buy a regular base PS5 for $500. That's basically what I'm starting to see. And it hasn't even been 2 days. It hasn't even been a week. I'm already seeing that. The greatest part about this, though, and what's so comical to me is that, like, dude, Sony hasn't even shown the games yet. So the fact that I'm already starting to see, like, the backlash calm down and Sony hasn't even shown the games yet, like, I think that that's actually going to bode well for the Pro, believe it or not. Like, I think what's going to happen is in the coming weeks, Sony's going to show a bunch of games, maybe even announce some new games, we can hope, right? I feel like that's the least they could do. And, you know, I think yesterday was basically them just ripping the Band-Aid off. I'll be honest. I think that's what it was, because it's clear they're going to go through with releasing this console. They're going to go through with it, whether anybody likes it or not. And I think it's just going to be clear that, like, I saw a comment in my video on my video yesterday where somebody said, if you have to ask who's this console for, then it's not for you. And I thought that that was a pretty good comment, because I think it's true, right? Like, I do think that's true, where it's like nobody's really asking that about the PS5 at $500. It's just like, are you in the console gaming? Yeah, I play on a console. All right, which console are you going for? Probably the PS5. All right, cool. Actually, Sony's apparently selling cheaper PS5s now too, like refurbished or whatever. I'm not saying that, you know, a $700 price isn't necessarily questionable. I'm just saying, like, the market will speak. The internet obviously will speak, but the market will speak. The market's either going to tell Sony that we're okay with this and we're going to buy it, or they're going to tell Sony to shove it and they're going to have zero sales or very, very minimal sales, and Sony's going to regret it. And it's already starting to look like, just based off of some of the data we're seeing right now, again, seeing these disk drives sell out, people are preparing to buy this console. I think Sony's going to be just fine with this console being at $700. And Shadowlink, you're saying, I also want to show support with the super chat and a gift. Shadowlink, thank you so much, man. Yeah, guys, come on. I'm going to need to get that PS5 Pro, so we're going to have to get like a big member train going today and tomorrow. 200 members, I know it's a lot, but I believe in you guys. We can do this. We can do this. Shadowlink started you today by dropping a single. Thank you so much, Shadowlink. Kane Z7 also says, people forget they don't need to buy it. It's a mid-gen refresh. Keep your base PS5. It's more than enough. You know what's interesting, Kane? I want to say this. I basically said this on Twitter yesterday. Well, let me bring it up so I can tell you exactly what I said before I end up misquoting myself. I said, I think it's worth remembering you can just stick with your current PlayStation 5 and games will still look and run pretty good overall. I feel like people are forgetting that. Is $700 a lot of money for a console? Yes, but it's a console for enthusiasts. You don't need to buy it. And the top response I got was from a person saying, this is the exact mindset that lets Sony get away with ridiculous prices such as these. A console should not be $1,000 here in Canada. And you know, my response to this was saying to them, not really. I said, do you think the base PS5 would be anywhere near as successful right now if it was sold at $700? It wouldn't be. Sales would be way less. And the reason why I'm pointing that out is because this is what I mean. The top reaction to what I had to say. I said, you don't have to buy it. It's optional. The top reaction was, this is wrong. This is the mindset that is allowing Sony to charge this much. That makes no sense. When Sony came out with the base PS5, they said it's going to be $500, and everybody was okay with that. Why do you think everybody was okay with that? Because this console, the base PS5, is meant to target the mass audience. It's meant to target me, the enthusiast, at launch, but also everybody else and everybody in between. And that's the truth. That's the truth, man. Like, if the PS5 came out at a $700 price point, do you think people... Let me just ask you this question. If the base PS5 came out at $700, where would it be right now sales-wise? Do you think it would be at 62 million units sold? I'm seriously asking you, like, do you think it would have sold as well? Nope. Exactly. The market would have rejected it. The market would have rejected a $700 base console, base entry model console. And the people who are rejecting the $700 Pro model right now, the message, in my opinion, is being sent. The message that's being sent to Sony is very clear right now, in my opinion. Certain people will accept a higher end, more premium console. Most will not. So if Sony has any plans of, like, people are talking about the PlayStation 6, if Sony has any plans of charging $600 or $700 for the PlayStation 6, I mean, maybe $600 is within reason, but if they want to go extra premium price for the PS6, Sony has to realize that they're going to lose a lot of people. You will get a certain amount of people, like you're getting right now with the Pro, but you're also going to lose a lot of people. But then again, the PlayStation 6 is many years away. We're talking like 3, 4, 5 years, potentially. Hickzock with a super chat. Sorry, I lost you here, buddy. Hickzock says, Pro Fund, I already ordered disk drive and stand. Well, there you go, man. See, that's what I mean. Like, it's just so ironic to me to see people crying so hard about the PS5 Pro. And don't get me wrong, like, even I'm questioning, like, if this is a console if we hit our fund goal, I'll get it. But I'm questioning, is this something I need at launch? Like, I'm very much interested in it and what it can do for games. But I said to you guys yesterday, I got to see more. I do. I need to see more from Sony. I need to see what other games are going to be PS5 Pro enhanced, what new games are going to be PS5 Pro enhanced. You know, if Death Stranding 2 is going to be PS5 Pro enhanced and look incredible and run incredible, but it's not coming out till 2025, you know, I'm going to have to question myself. Like, maybe I'm going to hold off. Maybe I'm going to wait. Because the reality is, and this is exactly what I've been trying to stress to people, for as excited as a lot of you here are for the PS5 Pro, the reality is, dude, I still use my PS5 every day. I'm really not having many problems with it. You're saying crying? LOL, no. Those saying crying don't understand the console business. Y'all talking about crying are okay getting screwed over and over again. Why are you worried about what's happening to other people? Why are you worried? Why are you worried about how other people are choosing to spend their money? Why are you worried about people who are happy to buy a new product from a company? How does that affect you? If there's a company out there, if there are products out there that are offering something that you deem to be a better deal and more fit for you, why are you worried about the group of people that are enjoying this? It's a serious question. Like, this is the thing that has popped in my mind more than anything over the last 24 hours is just the amount of concern coming from people who actually don't seem to care. Or if they do care, they are just ignoring certain facts, such as you don't have to spend $700. And if you feel as though Sony's screwing you over, don't give them your money. Give your money, give your business to a different corporation that you believe has your best interest in mind, more so than Sony. This is what's so weird about this, is it's just like people have this. I will say, I almost thought for a moment yesterday, like, could we see Sony bend the knee here? If there was enough backlash from the Pro, would Sony change course? And I realized absolutely not. Absolutely not. Dude, no, like literally 100 people could buy the Pro and Sony's not going to lower the price because it doesn't matter. All right, maybe not 100 people, but like 1 million people. Like 1 million people could buy the Pro and Sony's fine with that because the point of the Pro is to be a premium product meant for a very small group of people who are willing to pay that much for a premium product. So this is why I'm like, this isn't a Helldivers 2 PSN network Hacker account situation. This isn't a Concord situation. This is different. This is just straight up, hey, here's a $700 console that's not necessary for you to enjoy games. But if it's something you're interested in, it's there for you. I think people are under the people who are thinking that this is a test for the PlayStation 6. I mean, listen, it could be. It could be a test for the PlayStation 6, but the reason why I'm not so sure about that is because, like, well, the PS6 is not going to be a mid-gen console. It's going to be a new generation. So the data that Sony gets from the PS5 Pro should not be used to try to understand how they should approach the PlayStation 6. The data they got from the PS5 launch, the PS4 launch, the PS3 2-in-1 launch, new generation consoles. This is the data that Sony should be paying close attention to in order to determine how they should proceed with the PlayStation 6. It makes zero sense to look to a mid-gen refresh console, that data, to determine how you should proceed with your next generation console, unless Sony is planning to treat the next generation console, aka the PlayStation 6, very differently than the way they are treating than the way that they've treated every other generation. If Sony's planning to basically make this some kind of, I don't know, they could maybe approach the PlayStation 6 as like, it's not really a new gen. It's just another incremental step. They could do that. I think that would not work in their favor, and it would be very risky, but that is a possibility. In which case, if they are planning to approach the PlayStation 6 like that, then it would make sense to use the data they're getting from, the PS5 Pro. You're saying this is a bad take. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you, Ghost Runner. Literally every single stream I do, I have a bad take, according to somebody or a group of people. Like I could literally sit here and just wreck the PS5 Pro for hours straight. I could just regurgitate what the internet is saying right now. It won't matter. Like I'm just here to give you my honest thoughts. My honest thoughts are, I'm not sure if I'm going to get a PS5 Pro, but I don't think that complaining about it and freaking out on Sony is going to change the fact that they've decided, based off the hardware they put and the components they put inside this mid-gen refresh console that's completely optional. I don't think that's going to change the outcome. I'm like 99.99% sure that's not going to change the outcome. So with that in mind, I will likely just continue to enjoy my base PS5 as I have been. You're saying you're definitely getting one. Like I said, I'm definitely thinking about it. I need to see more. The reality for me, just speaking for me, not speaking on behalf of anybody else, just speaking for me, I was not very impressed with what I saw yesterday. I appreciated hearing Mark Cerny talk about it, but I knew something was a little weird when Sony decided to show The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered as the first game that's PS5 Pro enhanced. I'm like, I don't know about that one, Sony. You're going to have to show me a little bit more. It's like, it's cool to see these old games getting boosted, but that's not what I'm interested in. Show me new games getting boosted, and then you really have my attention. See, that's the thing. Right? Everybody thinks that based off of what I'm saying, I'm defending Sony. I'm telling everybody the PS5 Pro is great. See, that's the thing. The expectation is, well, you're clearly going to buy one day one, right? MBG. It's like, well, actually, right now I'm not fully sold on it. But because I'm not dogpiling and freaking out about a premium price point for a premium product, it's just a bad take. You're just a shill. That's the way it always goes, man. That's the way it always goes. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if I sat here and it would be easier to do that. I could just shit on the PS5 Pro and screech at Sony and tell everybody that Sony fucking sucks and is the worst company in the world and don't give them a dime. Like, do what you want. It's your money, but I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and pretend that I haven't enjoyed the PS5 generation. I'm not going to sit here and lie to people and say that I haven't spent thousands upon thousands of hours gaming on my PS5 and feeling pretty content with it. Would I like some more? Of course I want more. Who doesn't want more? Sony, where's that roadmap? I'm still waiting. But I just think they're really acting as if the PS5 Pro is going to define or is defining this generation. And it's like, I guess it can if you want it to, but for me, that's not it. The PS5 Pro is not defining this generation. The PS5 is defining this generation. And it will define the generation over the next 3 to 4 years until we go to the PlayStation 6. You know? You're saying you're a fan calling out Sony for their crap? Well, I mean, what are you calling them out for? So you're saying you're trying to let Sony know that they're... So, well, we have to establish this. What exactly do we call Sony out for? Do we call them out specifically for the $700 price point? Do we determine that the PS5 Pro is not worth the asking price? Do we call them out for making people... I will say, if there's one thing I will call Sony out for, absolutely, because I do think this sucks. Like, this is the shittiest thing about it. I will call Sony out for this console for $700 should come with a disc drive. Period. End of discussion. That, to me, is the part that's a ripoff. And I will agree. And that sucks. Sony, that's a shitty message to send. I think that's trash, right? Outside of that, though, I don't know that there's any... I don't... Like, what am I supposed to say to Sony? Like, God damn it, Sony. Why are you charging me $700? Why are you trying to charge everybody $700 for a console I don't need? Like, honestly, if that's what I'm supposed to be freaking out about, I'm literally just going to say, wait a second. I don't need it. And then I'm going to walk away. And then Sony's just going to be left there being like, oh. And that's that. You know what I mean? Like that's as far as it goes, dude. Now, we will have listen, if the PlayStation 6 comes out next gen and they're like, it's $700, we will have a very different conversation. Because if Sony charges $700 for their next gen console, the entire gaming console landscape is going to be flipped on its head. That's why I'm trying to say, man, like, people need to reserve this energy for if we get a next-gen console for $700. We need to reserve this energy for that because this is negligible right now. This is inconsequential. This is hey, do you want it? No? Okay, don't buy it. Save your money. Go buy some games. We'll come back to this next gen. We'll come back to this at the PS6 announcement, and we'll see what happens. I mean, it's so funny to me. Like, even if Sony was using this as a test bed, it's like, do we really think Sony thought people would get super excited and enthusiastic, like that they would get the same level of hype for a $700 mid-gen refresh that they got for the $500 base PS5? That's why I'm saying it just doesn't add up to me. It doesn't make sense. There you go. You're talking about PSVR 2. I mean, that's the thing, dude. People freaked out about the price of PSVR 2 and it didn't sell very well. It just didn't. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just, I think it was just priced too high. And there were people upset about it at launch. But you don't need a PSVR 2. It's not a necessity in order to enjoy the PlayStation gaming experience, right? It's an accessory. It's to enhance your experience if that's something that you're interested in. And so I think Sony's just treating the PS5 Pro the exact same way they treated PSVR 2, which is, we're going to try to make some money on this. Like, we're not trying to sell it at a loss. People expect Sony to subsidize the cost of a PS5 Pro. Like, are you... What? Why would they ever do that? Like, if you were running Sony, like, I'm just saying, if it was your job to make it so that you don't get fired, so you're not just losing the company money, why would you try to subsidize the cost of a mid-gen optional refresh? Why would you do that? Especially when your competition is not doing one. You would end up losing your job. You'd get fired. I just think people, I'm not saying you have to care about the corporate or the business side. I'm just saying if you're going to try to screech at Sony, understand that's what you're screeching at. You are screeching at people who are trying to make the company money so that they don't lose their jobs and they can get promoted. And if you determine that that's just too greedy of them and that's not right, then again, what do? You walk away and you give your money. Give your money to Nintendo. Go give your money to Microsoft. Go give it to Valve. Go do that. This is why I say it's like all the people who are trying to make the comparisons to PC right now. It's just like, what are you trying to achieve? Like, if PC is the better option for you, then go to PC. That will send a message to Sony. I think. If enough people do that, Sony will get the message like, oh, people are going to PC. But that's the thing. Sony's already over there. So I just don't even know at this point. I don't even know what to tell people. You know, I get it. People want to see Sony come out and be like, never mind, guys, we're going to charge $550 for the PS5 Pro. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I'd love it. I mean, dude, if Sony came out like next week and you're like, guys, we apologize, we're actually charging $600, I'd be like, well, that's fucking awesome. But they're going to lose money if they do that. Like, most likely they will lose money if they try to do that. So therefore, they're not going to do that. I think people need to be aware that I'm not saying the $700 price point is because of what happened with Concord and everything else. But the reality is, like, Sony needs to start making some money, bro, to make up for their mistakes. It's just, it is what it is. Somebody over there at Sony is hanging by a thread. All right, let me see. I'm a little bit behind on the super chats. Cobb Sanity says, I'm going to get the Pro. I'm getting it before the scalpers get it. Now those prices are going to be high. Also, you don't have to buy it. Yeah, I am not looking forward. I will say there's one thing I'm not looking forward to. Like, it's going to be funny to watch the PS5 Pro sell out, but what's not going to be funny is seeing, you know, the console being sold for like $1,200 or $1,300 by scalpers. I'm honestly curious. Like, the funniest thing would be if this console didn't sell out. That would be the funniest thing. It would be funny if, like, the demand was actually so low that scalpers just weren't even interested, and literally the day after pre-orders go up, they're just still up. That would be the funniest outcome. And at that point, I would say Sony. I don't know, man. Looking kind of spooky out here for you. But I guess the real question comes down to if the pre-orders sell out within the first like 24 hours, honestly, probably within minutes. Let's be real. It's probably going to sell. This is another reason why I am not like rushing to get it, because I don't know that I want to deal with that shit. Like, I don't know that I want to deal with the stress of like, if it was something that I really felt like I needed to have day one, like I'm not trying to deal with, you know, Sony and their PlayStation Direct and whatever, and trying to like fight bots like that are trying to, you know, like scalping bots or whatever. I don't know that I'm trying to deal with that, because I think the real question is how frequently and how quickly will they be restocked. And I think the you know, could Sony pull some kind of shit where they want to do like false scarcity to make people think that there's a much greater demand than there actually is? I don't think so. That would be that just seems like unnecessarily risky. At that point, you're risking like kind of lying to shareholders. So I don't know about that. We have Chris Brown saying, I feel like I was defending Pro up until it was $699 for no disk drive. So I trade in my PS5, but still need to buy a disk drive on top of that. What the F, LOL. Yeah, like I said, to me, this is nothing I'm saying here is in the defense of Sony. Everything I'm saying here is just trying to let you know, like, let everybody know that Sony doesn't give a fuck. Like, no matter how much we say, what the fuck, they don't, like, just like for me, I'm sitting here saying, what the fuck, when it comes to the disk drive. Like, to me, that's the big what the F moment where it's like, bro, you really couldn't just include the disk drive? That's coming from somebody who cares about physical media. But it just doesn't matter because, again, like Sony's just, they're going to ask me, like, do you have a base PS5? It's like, yeah, I do. Does it have a disk drive? Yeah. Okay. So you don't need a Pro. No, I guess I don't. So you just want the Pro. Maybe? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, this is what we're dealing with. Now, if we're talking about a PlayStation 6, if Sony comes out with a PlayStation 6 and says no disk drive, then at that point, you know, it's not going to be, the conversation changes. The conversation at that point is, I would like to upgrade to the next gen console, but there's no disk drive, or you're making me buy the drive separately. What the F? That's a little bit different because, I mean, honestly, if Sony were to go into the PlayStation 6 and not have a disk drive on it, even if they made it so you could buy it separately, that sets a new precedent where, oh, okay, so you guys are like you guys are trying to be done with physical media. And that to me would be pretty problematic because, I don't know, man. I know that that's the direction Sony's ultimately going to go in, but I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We have subtext here. Sorry, I'm running a little bit behind on these super chats. I'm going to try my best to keep up. Subtext says, according to VGC, only 12% of PS4 sales were Pros, 14.5 million. Analysts expect a bit less, 13 million PS5 Pros. So if it does sell less, 13 million at $700 makes more than 14.5 million at $600. See, it's interesting that you're doing that math because that's very likely the math that Sony themselves is doing, right? Where they're not trying to target a large audience here. They're basically trying to target the people who really care about having the most powerful, but also most expensive console on the market. And Sony's going to approach that with the mindset of, let's profit off of this, not break even, certainly not sell at a loss. Let's profit. And again, it's like, I'm not advocating for a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate's profitability. I don't care. Like, that's their prerogative. You know, I'm not worried about Sony's money. Again, I would love it if they came out and said it's actually going to be cheaper than we thought. That would be fantastic. I'm just a realist in that I understand that in the same way that I don't care about their bottom line, they don't give a fuck whether I can afford a Pro because I don't need a Pro. And they know I don't need a Pro. Right now, the only people Sony is trying to talk to with the Pro, they're just simply turning to either current PS5 owners or people who have not upgraded to a current gen console and asking, do you want this? Do you want this? Do you want this new console? The most powerful one on the market? Do you want it? And if the answer they get is somebody saying no, then they just go to the next person. Do you want it? They're not going to sit there and try to sell the person who says, no, I don't want it. They're certainly not going to try to sell the person that's going to start screaming at them, saying you're ripping off your customers. No, Sony's going to turn to the second, third, fourth, until they get to, because they're going to get to that person that's like, yeah, I want that. I say, okay, we'll see you the 26th when pre-orders go up. And then that's how this is working. Because again, it's a mid-gen refresh premium product, not meant to just be bought by the people who are just content with their current gen console and have been, or people who are just planning on playing 1 or 2 games a year on their console. It's meant for the people who really do care. Titus Crow says, think on this. You will listen to opinions of those who can pay £5 to say a few words. Look at the top opinions, look at the opinions of the chat who can't afford a super chat. Interesting. Titus, why are you trying to make me think right now, bro? Why are you trying to make me think deeper than I have to? I mean, look, does it suck that certain people who want a PS5 Pro won't be able to get it because they can't afford it. Yeah, but honestly, man, like that is life. Like, generally speaking, there are many things that I would love to have, but cannot afford, won't be able to afford. You know, it's just the way it goes. Are there people out there who can? Are there people out there who get to enjoy that? Sure. Yeah. That's the way it's always been and the way it always will be. But I get what you're saying. You know, it's, I can relate on that sense, you know, just on that level of like, I think everybody's experienced that time where it's like, man, this really cool premium product is something that does seem appealing. Like, I would like to have it, but I just don't know that I can afford it. Yeah. The disk drive is now sold out at Amazon. Man, if it really is just scalpers buying those disk drives, they better hope that Sony doesn't just they better hope that Sony isn't planning to just have like full stock of PS5 Pro, a full stock of PS5 Pros constantly and consistently alongside the disk drive. Because if they can, like, these scalpers are going to be fucked, which I wouldn't even care about. Fuck them. William Aguilar says, spoke to sources again. There will be first-party games at next week's State of Play. So when that is over, if the games are great, I'll consider my bet one. The PS5 Pro day one. We will see, William. We'll see. We'll see how credible your sources are, bro. I feel like William's starting to sweat. It's like I had to triple check with them. I'm pretty sure it's good. I'm pretty sure they're correct. Honestly, it'd be great. I'm rooting for you, William. I am. I'm rooting for your sources. I want that to be correct. We definitely could do with seeing some first party games. It's been overdue at this point. We have Kaz Jam saying the PS4 Pro is affordable to most who wanted to upgrade. This isn't the case for the PS5 Pro. Sony is greedy. I mean, yeah, that is true, but I'm not sure how to feel when we are comparing the PS4 Pro to the PS5 Pro, because I just feel like we could make the same argument for the base PS5. You know, we could make the same argument. Like, the base PS5 is about $100 or $150 more now, 4 years into the PS5's life cycle, than the PS4 was. The PS4 got a price cut. What we are seeing is a shift in how the console business is going to be approached from this point forward. The way it's always worked, even with the PS4, with the PS4 Pro, you can shut that. With the PS4 Pro and the base PS4, they would subsidize the costs of the hardware through games, through software, through services. But the reason why they were also able to lower the price of the console is due to components, the pricing of those components, the availability of those components shrinking. All these things have changed. I'm not trying to be that person, but the economic reality, like, just as things are different for us now, it's different for all the corporations as well. And just as we are going to think about our bottom lines, we're going to think about our savings, our money, right? And where it's going and what we're spending it on, you know, and budgeting and all that stuff. So are these corporations. And this is why, like, dude, we could very well be witnessing the end of the traditional console market right now. It could be happening right now. We got a $600 Xbox Series X out there, and now we have a $700 PS5 Pro, and the price of the PS5 is not going down. The price of the Xbox consoles is not going down. Why is it? Why is this? Why are the prices not going down? Let me ask you, are you seeing the prices going down anywhere else outside of gaming? Where are the prices going down? Please tell me. I'd love to know. Where are the prices going down? So Sony's greedy. Guess what? All corporations are greedy. It turns out all corporations, when the shit hits the fan and the economy's in the fucking trash, Turns out these corporations are going to look out for themselves, just like everybody else is going to. That's how it works, man. I don't make the rules. Would I love Sony, a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, to fucking, save me money? Yeah, absolutely. Sony, you cover the cost. You have billions of dollars. Not me. You cover it. Not how it works. It just doesn't work that way, man. I wish it could. I wish it would. But we live on planet Earth, and this is the reality. And this is why I try to emphasize to people. Because we're talking about money, we're talking about spending, we're talking about affordability. I genuinely try to emphasize to people, take individual responsibility and accountability. Do you need a PS5 Pro? I will answer that for you. No. This is not a necessity. Do you want one? That's on you. That is purely on you. You can go type your life away and do what I'm doing and talk your life away, whatever. You could do it all day, every day. But at the end of the day, you just got to stand there and ask yourself, alone with nobody around you, like a crazy person. Make sure you talk out loud too. Do I want one? Do I really want one? Can I afford one? Should I buy one? Would it be irresponsible of me to spend $700 on a PS5 Pro? What about morals? Do you feel like you need to send Sony a message? If so, maybe you want one, but you don't want to spend $700 for one. What then? Again, that's on you. That's on you as the individual. These are the choices that every person has to make on their own, and they're going to make them on their own. And this is why when you see other premium price products across other markets come out and people still buy them, it's because you just have to understand. You can take the high road and you can say, I'm not giving Sony, a greedy multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, $700 for their overpriced console. That maybe it is pretty cool, or at least, it's the most powerful console in the market. But you know what, Sony? You can shove it. I'm saving my money, and I'm going to encourage anybody around me to save my money. That's all fine, well, and good. That's great. I applaud that. But just understand, there's somebody standing right behind you that's like, bro, can you get out of the way so I can buy my PS5 Pro? That's the way it is. I'm not here to tell you whether you're right or wrong. I'm here to tell you that's the way it is. You decide what's right for you or what's wrong for you. Because again, if it were up to me, that PS5 Pro would be $500 and the PS5 base model would be $400. If it were up to me, I would do that. But then I would promptly get fired from Sony, which would suck because I would lose them a bunch of money. So what I'm trying to say is, Sony, don't hire me, bro. Yeah, see, I agree with what Matt York's saying really quick. He's saying the main controversy at this point, from what he can tell, is with the disk drive not being included and the stand, the vertical stand. I agree. That to me is that's adding insult to injury, where it's like, I feel like the $700 price point is like, okay, you just knocked me down a bit there, Sony. But then like no disk drive and no stand, like that is the what the F moment. But again, Sony's just trying. Maybe they are greedy. I mean, they are. Come on, Sony's corporate. Microsoft's corporate. They're all corporate. They're all greedy. They want as much money as they can get. Sony's just not sugarcoating this one. For better or for worse. Kane-Z7, we have Venino. He says, in my opinion, scalpers are buying the disk drive for FOMO people. Well, this is where it's like, I'm not playing that game, dude. Like, if I can't get a Pro because there aren't disk drives, then I'm just not getting a Pro. I'm good. Like, again, I'm not even fully sold on the Pro. I need to see more from Sony. What they showed me yesterday simply was not enough. But let's say Sony does show me a lot more, and they show Ghost 2, or they show Death Stranding 2, and they show all these exciting games. It's like, oh shit, okay, this is looking pretty good. And we see the comparisons, and the comparisons reveal that, man, it actually does look a lot better. It's better than the presentation we saw. yeah, that shit's going to make me be like, man, I think I do want this console. I want to get in on this. But I like Exley's idea. Just have fun and make your own stand. I love that idea, actually. I love the idea of like, I'm gonna buy a $700 Pro, but I'm gonna make my own stand. That extra $30, can't do it. Can't do it. That's some funny shit. But yeah, I mean, if that's whether it's scalpers or not buying the disc drive, if I can't like get a disc drive to put on a PS5 Pro, I'm not gonna get a Pro. I literally have physical PS5 games. I would not be able to play them. I would not be able to play them. Imagine that. And Omen86 drops a second membership gift. Guys, we're going to need to get a move on here if we're going to fund my PS5 Pro today. All right? We need 200 memberships. PS5 Pro fund. Although, it would be imagine we hit that 200 membership goal, and then it's like, I go to check. It's like, oh, wait. I can't get a disc drive. Uh-oh. But Omen, thank you so much, man. I don't know. I'm just tired of the constant. I'm just tired of the drama. You know what I mean? Like that to me is what I'm just most tired of. Where it's like people, their overreactions from people is just getting tiresome at this point. Where it's like, oh man, I know, like we have to just fucking destroy Sony every day, all day. And it's like, that's fine. I'm not even saying there's anything wrong with that, but it's like, I don't get it. Like, I've been seeing Sony get destroyed every day, all day for pretty much everything they do. And that's the thing, man, is it's just, here we go again. Like, I'm not saying, like, I've seen everything. I've seen content of people talking about their excitement for the Pro and how they can't wait for it. I've seen content from people literally doing everything in their power to clown on Sony and clown on anybody who's excited for the Pro. And I've seen everything in between, where I've seen just very calm, reasonable people talking about the price point and how it's surprising, but also how the tech seems good. I've watched actually a more interesting video I watched was Moore's Law is Dead, where he's giving this whole comparison of like where all the consoles are priced and the percentage boost in price, and also talking about how Sony might be testing for the PS6. And I'm just saying, like, I've seen it all, man. And at the end of the day, this is why I realize Sony doesn't give a single fuck. They don't fucking care, because the only thing they're going to look at right now, the only thing Sony's looking at right now, or they're going to look at, is how many people pre-ordered. And I guess maybe you could argue that this is kind of like the people who are trying really hard to talk badly about the Pro and Sony right now. You could make the argument that they're trying to stop people from pre-ordering it or to convince people not to buy it. And I'm like, good luck with that one, bro. Good luck. Like, you're talking to people who've decided they're going to pay $700 for the most powerful console on the market. You think your internet outrage is going to stop them from doing that? You really think that? It's not going to happen. And this is why I'm saying, like, the only thing that's going to really matter to Sony, and the only thing that's going to confirm to them that they fucked up, is if even the people that they were trying to market this towards, like the people who are willing to pay that premium price, if even they don't show up, then Sony will know, oh man, okay, we really messed up now. But based off of what I'm seeing, that's not what's going to happen. And I don't think it's necessarily because people are sheep. I mean, I guess you could say that, but I just think it's because there is actually a market for this product at $700. That's the thing. Like, you can call a person who buys a Pro for $700 a sheep, but if there are a couple million people that do that at launch, I guess there's a couple million sheep. Or maybe that just means there actually is a market for this specific product. Because I'll tell you, that's how the company's going to see it, you know? They're saying Sony deserves major crap for the Pro right now. They deserve props for Astro Bot, but they deserve crap for the Pro. Again, I want to make it known, I'm not telling people not to give Sony crap. I'm just telling you that I'm tired of dealing with the overreactions. That's all. That's just me. Like, listen, if I go on Twitter right now, for example, if I just type in PS5 Pro, I will see just walls of people just shitting on Sony and talking and talking, you know, just basically making it sound like anybody who is interested in the Pro is an idiot, or Sony's like stupid for doing this. And my dude, look, my thoughts on that are you do you. Like, go let Sony know. Do it. Like, absolutely. But don't bring it to me. I'm not Sony. I don't get to control this shit. Direct it towards them. And this is what I don't like. I don't like when people come to me and they're like, but you need to say it too. Like, I don't fucking have to say shit. I will say what I need to say. I will say what I want to say. You're on board when I have something good to say about Astro. But if I have, you know, you're not if I'm not jumping on the hate train for the Pro because I don't care. Because it's a fucking mid-gen refresh that I don't even know if I'm going to purchase or not. This is what I mean. What about when I was absolutely tearing into Concord? Do you know why I did that? See, this is where people should maybe wake up and realize, at least for me personally, just from me, not external sources here, people should wake up and realize that, like, the shit I say about what PlayStation's doing, it's not about following what anybody else is saying. The moment I saw Concord, I fucking tore into that game. I didn't get to see what anybody else was saying. I just tore into it. And I remember I had PlayStation fans coming at me being like, bro, you're being way too hard. You're just jumping on the hate bandwagon. I'm like, no, I'm fucking not. This game looks like trash. Straight up, it looks like fucking trash. You think all the fucking people out there who all they do is spend their days circle jerking each other, clipping people and salt farming or whatever, you think that they clipped that shit? You think that they showed that shit? Hell no, they didn't. They didn't say it. They didn't say a goddamn word. They move on to the next thing. They move on to the next circle jerk. That's what they do. I shit on Concord because it looked terrible. I praised Astro Bot because it looked good, and it is good. And I'm sitting here telling you that I don't give a shit that Sony's charging $700 for a Pro because I don't give a shit. Who cares? If you don't want it, don't buy it. If you do, good for you. I have no problem. It's your money. Spend it how you wish. Sony, the one thing I will say to you is, what the fuck's going on with the not including the disk drive and the stand? To me, that's where Sony's got to get their shit together. They should reevaluate that. Do I expect them to? Probably not. But again, I'm only going to take that so far because I'm not sure if I'm sold on it yet. Show me the games. That's the biggest thing I'm still focused on. The biggest, listen, prior to me seeing the chat yesterday and after the price point was revealed and realizing, oh shit, this is the big bomb drop, right? Prior to that, literally the thing I was going to rant about was, why is Sony showing The Last of Us Part 2? Why are they showing The Last of Us Part 2 as the first game on the Pro? Like, that was the part that really was, was like, what? To me, that's what people should be focusing on. But I'm not going to jump to conclusions because currently it seems like they're having a state of play literally next week. And if they're having a state of play next week, what's it going to be for? My guess, to show you new PS5 Pro games. At least you would hope so. Titus, you're saying it's a strange take. Well, I mean, the truth is, because I'm unwilling to just go with the flow and with what everybody else has to say at all times, you know, or what like the popular opinion is. There have been many times where I've had strange takes. Absolutely. And I guess we could just file this as another one. We have Kane Z70 says, that's the other thing people are saying. There are no exclusive games for PS5 Pro. Of course it doesn't. It's the same system, just a little more powerful. It's not the X/S scenario. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what that I haven't seen much of that Kane Z7, and I'm not really sure what people would be expecting Pro exclusives. You know what I did see though? I already saw an article coming out from Tom Warren, of all people, basically letting us know, don't worry, guys, you're probably still going to get 30 FPS games on the PS5 Pro. Like, Tom, listen, man, I understand, like, you're, you know, big fan of Microsoft and that, like, that's what you cover. I get it, but it's like, you could have just focused, like, just focus on the price point. You know what I mean? Like, that's what made me laugh. I at least appreciate Tom Warren taking a different angle. He could have just taken the same angle and talked about the price, but he's like, no, let's talk about how this thing's still going to have 30 FPS games. I'm like, all right, I can respect it. I can respect taking the road less traveled here. It's probably not wrong though, if we think about it. Like for maybe a game like GTA, yeah, probably. The CPU is the same, so maybe. Waylark says, I don't see how they will charge less for a PlayStation 6. It's going to be at minimum twice as powerful as the Pro. Really think it's going to be cheaper. Yeah, well, that's where I will say, man, like, if, let's say, 2028, if Sony comes out and they're like, we're going to charge $700 for the PlayStation 6, the base model PlayStation 6, $700. At that point, the console market is, it's my honest gut reaction to that is, Sony, you're going to struggle to hit like 70 million, 60 million, maybe even 50 million. Like, I don't know. I don't know that you're like, the PS5 might be the last really well selling PS console. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I have no idea how people would react to that. Like, I don't, because I mean, a lot can change in 4 years, just like it has now, right? Like, if we look at where we were in 2019, 2020 versus where we are now, a lot can change. But if Sony really does come out with a console, like what I can say right now, knowing that I don't know what the future holds, if a next-gen console from Sony comes out and it's $700, that's completely different. Like, my reaction to that is, holy shit, Sony, you are toast, bro. My reaction is not that to the Pro, because who cares? Like, it's the fucking Pro. The Pro is basically an accessory, that like the most premium accessory Sony's offering at this point. It's an upgrade, right? You don't need it. It's an upgrade to, it's a minimal upgrade. It's a medium, moderate upgrade to what you already have, but it's not next gen, and it's not offering anything next gen. It's not trying to sell you on a new generation. If the PlayStation 6 comes out and they approach it like every other console generation they have, where this is a new generation of console, I don't know, man. $700, it will sell. Yeah, like there will be millions of sales, but I don't know that console is going to go to, like, I could see it struggling getting to like 50 million at that point, because it's like, I don't know, like, what's the market? Because you have to understand, like, the console market up to this point, like, and I'm talking about the console market that's, you know, we're talking like 70, 80, 90, 100, 120, 130 million unit, you know, that console market, they're not used to paying a premium. They're used to paying 300, 400, 500 at most. And maybe 600 would be doable then because inflation and everything. Maybe 600 would be doable. But beyond that, man, I just think that like my honest to God read on that situation, like if a PS6 comes out and it's 700 is I don't think Sony cares about sales anymore. Like they care more about making sure every PS6 sold makes them money and they're okay having less sales, but making money. That would matter because right now that's what they're doing with the Pro, but I don't care because it's a Pro. Again, it's totally optional. But if they take that approach with the next gen, that never happened before. Even with the PlayStation 6, the PlayStation 6 was $600, but do you know how much Sony was losing hundreds of dollars on every PS6 sold because they were convinced that these things are going to fly off the shelves and will make the money back in the long run. And it just didn't work like that. That's where I just feel like, I don't know, man. It would be a completely new era for PlayStation and how they approach the console market. And because of that, the console market would change drastically. And we also have to consider what Microsoft is going to do, right? There was this rumor that and it's been persistent, that Microsoft is launching next gen 2026, like a year, at least 1 year ahead of Sony. You know, and what's that going to look like? How much is the next Xbox going to be? I mean, if Microsoft sets the precedent, right? Like, I don't know. Are Sony and Microsoft in cahoots at this point? They're like, yeah, Microsoft, you do a $600 Series X, we'll do a $700 Pro, and you know what, Microsoft, when you go again next gen, because you don't care about sales anymore, you charge $800 for your next console, $700, $800, and then we'll just follow, and we can just point. They're not in cahoots, obviously, but you know. Cypherpunk, you're saying if you can't afford to be a YouTuber, you can afford it. Don't you call me out like that, Cypherpunk. No, I'm not expecting to get 200 memberships today, dude. I'm not actually pushing for that. It's just meant to be a joke. It's because if you do the calculation, I think this is about how much it would come to for a Pro. I'm pretty sure. But no, we're just hitting. We're striving for the 25 members. Cypherpunk, you're saying, or sorry, I read that one already. We got, oh God, I'm like falling way behind here. Instant Messenger Sama says, the next state of play after the Tokyo Game Show needs to deliver. We barely have system sellers. The PS3 era had the exact same problem. Well, that's why I'm saying, like, I think the order in which Sony is doing this is very intentional. Like, I saw this joke floating around about the Mark Cerny presentation yesterday where they were like, damn, at the end, Sony just like flashed the price and it was like they just threw a flashbang in the room. And like they just flashed the price and ended the video abruptly. It was like they just threw a flashbang in the room and ran. And I'm like, yeah, I do very much believe Sony was anticipating major backlash. I think they for sure were anticipating that. But I just think that this is being done intentionally because the idea is we need to have an entire week of people raging about the price and then it'll stop. Like, the truth is people are not going to be complaining about, well, I mean, there still will be some, but in terms of like the internet outrage and backlash, like it's 2024. People are on to the next thing very, very, very quickly, almost instantaneously. And the reality is by Monday of next week, people aren't really going to be talking about this, man. Like, I mean, we probably still will to an extent because we're hyper focused on PlayStation. But generally speaking, most people are already going to be moved on. Sony knows this. So I think Sony intentionally decided to do their state of play about a week and a half after the, like, it'd probably be about like 1 week and like 2 days or something. Josh, yeah, I got your direct donations, buddy. I promise I'll get to them. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I'm running very behind on super chats. I'm trying to keep up. I'm just trying to say that I think they're doing this intentionally because they realize that there's going to be, like, it's better to have the backlash and the negative news now before you put all the attention on the games. I think traditionally didn't usually go that way. Traditionally, the way it normally goes is you show the games, you sell people on it, and then you show the price. and it doesn't feel as bad because you know what you're getting. Sony, I think, is taking the opposite approach here, where, because if you think about it, there's no world in which Sony doesn't get backlash for a $700 Pro. Sony could have showed us Ghost of Tsushima 2 and the next Naughty Dog game and Death Stranding 2 and Wolverine, and everybody would be like, this is amazing. As soon as they show that $700 price, nobody's talking about Wolverine, Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Tsushima 2. Nobody's talking about that. Everybody's talking about the price. They specifically made it so that this entire week is dedicated for people to get it all out. Hate us, bitch at us, complain. But next week, it's going to be about the games. And I mean, it might not work. I will say, I could be wrong. Maybe Sony will overextend their reach if they do a dedicated PS5 Pro game stream next week. I don't know. Like, it depends on what they show and how good it looks. I mean, people going into this state of play that presumably will show PS5 Pro games. The point I'm trying to get at is they've already accepted the Pro is $700. And when I say accept, I mean, like, it's out there. Like, it's been, you know, like, I'm not saying accept it as in, oh, I'm okay with that. I just mean it is what it is. Like, you know how much this console is. So from that point forward, it's just up to Sony, where it's like, how many people can you win over now? How many people can Sony win over a week from now if they come out with a state of play and it's like, we're here to finally show you the games? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that, but we're going to find out. And I just think that that's absolutely the strategy that they're employing right now, which is, yeah, throw the flashbang. People are going to be stunned. Everybody's going to rage for a couple days, maybe even a week. But by next Thursday, they're going to announce a state of play, or they're going to have a state of play. It's going to be focused on new games. And if they have a couple bangers that they want to show, because that's what I think. I think if Sony wants to get people to like really move on from the focusing on talking about the price of the PS5 Pro and they want to like kind of get some positive news back in the cycle, you show some new games. That's the best way to do it. We'll see if they do that or not. We have KaneZ70 says, in other news, the disc drive for the PS5 Slim/Pro is out of stock on Amazon, and it's the 8th best-selling game-related thing right now. Well, some people, like we said, believe that's due to scalpers buying them up, and I don't know how to determine that. Maybe, maybe not. Sony's going to be the one that's screwed if that's true, I think, because, like, Sony might be looking at that data and thinking, I guess there's maybe more demand for this than we thought, or there's more excitement for it than what we're seeing based off of the internet reaction. But if it is scalpers buying it, then it's like, no. Racket Raccoon says we need an epic state of play to get people hyped for it. Yeah, that's my whole thing, dude. Like, I'm really not that worried about the Pro right now, because the only thing I'm sitting here thinking is like, okay, Sony, you got the Pro out there. That's great. Maybe I'll get one, maybe not. Either way, I've been and I'm still happy with my PS5. I just want to see games. Like that's the thing. I just want to see, I want to see Death Stranding 2. I want to see a state of play where Sony goes big at that state of play. Like, this is the shit I care about. I want to see what, I want to see TGS and how that goes down. This is the shit that I want to see. I do love the hardware, obviously. I've always had an interest in console hardware, but this is why I just tried to say earlier that, like, people who think I'm defending the Pro, like, I'm not. I'm very happy with my PS5. Like, I've had minimal complaints, dude. Like, some games, like some Unreal Engine 5 games, yeah, they can look a little blurry in the performance modes and whatnot. And obviously, it would be nice to not have that blurriness and have a higher, crisper resolution. But I don't know, man. Like, I haven't had much complaints, and so, it's one of these things where whether I get it at launch or later down the line, or maybe not even at all, it doesn't matter to me, because what matters is I just need to know. Like, again, people have always asked me, MBG, what would make you kind of like start to walk away from PlayStation? It's not a $700 PS5 Pro. That's optional. That's not what would make me start to walk away from PlayStation. What would make me start to walk away from PlayStation is if they stop delivering games. That's what it's always been about. That's what it always will be about. And that's why, hey man, I'm ready for this week to be over at this point, and let's get to that state of play. Because even though that state of play is going to probably focus on PS5 Pro enhanced games, again, I'm going to be watching that state of play only owning a base PS5, knowing all these games are going to be on base PS5 and probably look still pretty good, you know? So that's what I'm interested in, man. And I say that as I'm playing Astro Bot. I'm still making my way through Astro Bot. Kazjam says, so if Sony decided to release a $1,000 PlayStation 6, it would be okay because some people are happy to pay it. Yes. Yes, Kazjam, that's not me telling you it's okay. If the market responds to a $1,000 PlayStation 6 by buying the PlayStation 6, again, we're not talking like listen, you're approaching it from a morality perspective. And I respect that. I do. But we have to understand, Kazjam, we're not dealing with we're dealing with a soulless corporation, dude. That's driven by inherently greed, as all corporations are, especially the bigger ones. The bigger they are, the more greedy they're going to be. They're driven by their bottom lines. So do I think it's morally okay to sell a base model entry console at $1,000? I'm going to say probably not, because that kind of goes completely against what a freaking console's supposed to be. But if millions upon millions of people flock to that $1,000 console and buy it, do you really think the corporation that's selling it is going to give a flying fuck about morals? Or do you think they're going to see that they're making money hand over fist and say, we're winning. We're doing it. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. The market will speak louder than the internet can, because that's how this works. It's how it's always been. The internet can only dictate so much. And believe me when I tell you, the internet doesn't dictate that much at all. The market, however, dictates everything. The reason why people are still buying smartphones and people are okay with a new smartphone every year that's over $1,000 is because the market has deemed it okay. I see people all the time shitting on, iPhone owners and iPhone buyers and questioning how people can upgrade their phone every year. Does that stop anything? Does that make a difference in any way, shape, or form? It doesn't, because the market already said to Apple, we're fine. So if you're asking me if I'm going to buy a $1,000 PlayStation 6, see, that's what's important. Would I buy a $1,000 PlayStation 6? I'll tell you right now, Sony, that better be the greatest fucking gaming machine I've ever seen in my life, and it's got to do a lot more. It's got to do more than any other gaming device I've ever had. And it's got to have exclusives. It has to have a launch lineup of games that is just, I don't know. I don't know how Sony. I don't think Sony could sell me on a $1,000 PlayStation 6. I'll be honest with you, man. I mean, Bloodborne, PS6 exclusive. All right, maybe you sold me. But no, in all seriousness, man, that's where I'm saying, the idea of a $1,000 entry point console, at that point, at that point, a lot of people are just going to go to Nintendo. Let's be honest right now, bro. At that point, I'm like, yo, am I going to Nintendo? Should I go to Nintendo? That's very true, Titus. You're absolutely correct. And listen, that's why I'm saying, if these companies are so desperate for growth and continually making more and more and more money, you're right. The wages have not kept up. And if the idea is these companies are going to hunker down by trying to appeal to a smaller but more profitable market, that's always an option, business-wise. That's a very viable option, but not necessarily the best option for growth, right? And so I think what we also need to understand is that all of these corporations right now, it's not that they're floundering. I mean, some are floundering, but all these corporations, man, they're all trying to do everything they can to keep growing at any cost. And the reality of it is some of these corporations are going to get bit in the ass because they're going to get they're just going to be too blinded by the need for growth and they're going to have too much fear of losing some shareholders and losing a certain amount of money and not realizing that, like, you know, short-term loss, long-term gain versus short-term gain, long-term loss. And that's why I feel like the Pro, it makes complete sense from a business perspective why Sony's going to do what they're going to do with the Pro, because again, dude, like, they're not, like, I've seen people, the most interesting reaction I've seen, honestly, is and I don't know how true it is, because again, I'm just reading people's posts on the internet. They could just change their mind or lie or whatever. But the most interesting reaction I've seen are the people who are like, I've been a PlayStation fan and I'm done. I'm going to PC now, like, because of the Pro. And I'm just like, you know, I'm just not sure. Again, man, I'm trying to view that from like, yo, Sony, do you see this? Sony, you're making people go to PC. And I just wonder, like, how does Sony feel? How does Sony feel about it? Is Sony sitting there being like, well, we can't have that happen? Or are they probably like, okay, please buy our games on PC then? You see what I mean? It's like, I just don't know, man. I don't know that Sony's already made it clear, like, they're embracing the PC market more than they ever have, dude, and they're only getting more aggressive. So I'm just saying, like, I almost begin to wonder if Sony is at some point, and this is a very, I don't want to say it's an extreme speculation, but it is definitely a little bit out there. I almost wonder, because I mean, we got people talking about $1,000 PlayStation 6. I wonder if Sony's going to start to look at it as, listen, we're selling premium hardware going forward. We're done trying to appeal to the masses. We're going to leave that to low-end PC, low to mid-range PC. That's what we're going to do. I mean, that to me makes zero fucking sense, though, because it's like, so Sony, you're giving up on growing the console market at all. Like, you're giving up trying to hit another 100 million units sold. You're just done. And that would be a wild, see, that's what Microsoft is doing. Although Microsoft they also can't sell hardware even at a low price point. So I'm just saying, like, it almost makes me wonder if there's a possibility that Sony is headed in that direction where, like, we're going to get to a point where Sony, listen, if Sony has a launcher on PC, dude, Sony has a launcher on PC, they bring PlayStation Plus to PC, they release, you have the PlayStation Store available on PC through their launcher. At that point, Sony can walk away and be like, we just really don't care anymore about cheap hardware. I think that would be a critical mistake, personally, but it's a possibility, man. I'm just saying, like, it's one of many possibilities when it comes to trying to read the future of the console market. The console market, the future of it is not too certain at the moment. Jay Shaka, you think that is their plan? That would be such a wild, like, not U-turn, but hard left turn from Sony, where it's like, whoa, okay. And it would indicate that they do not believe that in the next, like, 10 to 15 years that the console is their future. It's a part of their future, but no longer at the center of it. I don't know. It's just, it gets my mind, like, racing in different directions, and it's interesting to think about, but who the fuck knows what Sony's going to do? Cypherpunk says analysts already saying it's because of no competition. I mean, I think it's funny that people think that, because it's like, did you guys know, and I learned this watching Moore's Law is Dead today, did you guys know that apparently Microsoft did cancel their mid-gen refresh? Their mid-gen refresh was going to be the Xbox Series Elite. Let me ask you, how much do you think the Xbox Series Elite would be, considering a 2 terabyte Xbox Series X is $600? How much do you think their mid-gen refresh would be? I think it would also be $700. Like, I get where people are. Trust me, I get where people are coming from. Where it's like, man, there's no more competition. But it's like, dude, I don't know, man. I'm wondering if maybe just Microsoft realized it would be $700, and they're like, you know what? Don't even bother. You know, like, it's just not even worth it for them at that point. I do have a couple of direct donations. To anybody who dropped a super chat, no worries. I'm making my way through them. You're not going to be left behind. Don't worry. Moonshot says, I have an 8K plus top-of-the-line entertainment center in my living room, so I'm the target audience for the Pro. And even I was shocked at the price. All I needed to hear was fidelity mode at 60 FPS, but they are offering more than that. After looking into it, it's a big hardware leap for a mid-gen, to be honest. I think that was a dumb way to reveal the Pro, though. It was short enough to be added at the end of the showcase after getting everyone hyped at what's to come. Yeah, I did see some criticism pointed towards the way that they did choose to like reveal it and talk about it. And I will say, Mark Cerny did not go that in depth, right? Like, it was very, very, very different from the initial reveal of the PS5, where Mark Cerny went way into the weeds of like everything that's making up the PS5. This time around, though, it was very simplified and streamlined, and it almost came off a bit markety, but maybe that was the intent. They didn't want to, you know, confuse people or whatever. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. I feel like we haven't been talking that much about what this console's actually offering, you know? And I think that a big reason for that is because, well, let's be honest, Sony, again, I think everything Sony's doing is intentional, where it's like, Sony, why didn't you let people, you know, they let the press go hands-on with the Pro, but they didn't let anybody capture footage. They're not letting Digital Foundry do comparisons. And I think the reason for this is obvious. It's because right now we're only seeing older games, and Sony knows that the gains on those games are probably going to be a little bit more limited compared to new games. Like, I think Sony very much is waiting for, let's show you Death Stranding 2, a game that was being developed on the PS5 Pro for like the last year and a half. Let's show you Ghost of Tsushima 2, or just something like that, you know, just and third-party games as well that are going to be considered more next-gen or current-gen. Just the shit that looks new and shiny, not the older shit that's been polished up. And I don't mean to use the word shit, because these games are actually awesome. Forgive me for being so loose with the way I'm speaking about these things here, but I'm just saying that I think everything that was done in that presentation was done extremely intentionally. And I think Sony knew. I think Sony absolutely knew that this is going to be a rough week. But that's why I'm so fucking interested to see how next week goes, because next week is the week that focuses on the games. And I'm not saying I'm expecting it to be amazing. Sony could fuck that up. I hope they don't. Oh my God, I don't want them to. But they could. Like, they could mess it up in that, like, hey, this presentation is mostly focused on old games. Do I expect to see some older games? Yeah, but there has to be some new, exciting looking stuff. And that, to me, is what's... Yeah, Concord 2 announced. There you go. That, to me, is what's going to be the difference maker here at the end of the day, because I do think at times like this, it's easy to lose sight of, like, what matters. And, again, to me... like all I'm thinking is like, bro, are we gonna get that release date for Metal Gear Solid Delta or what? You know, like that's what matters to me, and I'm hoping that shows up next week. I care about that way more than I care about the Pro. The Pro is cool, you know. I like putting the price of the Pro aside. The thing that's cool to me about the Pro is, yeah, dude, Sony is about to drop the most powerful, capable console we've ever seen, ever, by like a large margin, and there's nothing else. There's not going to be anything else on the console market like it. And I think that's pretty cool. Again, the price seems to get in the way of that for most people, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like credit where it's due to Mark Cerny, where if we look at what the console's actually capable of, it's going to be able to take, again, like fidelity modes and be like, you're going to be able to play them at 60. And if we have any overhead left, we'll be able to apply ray tracing to it. It's like that's pretty good. But again, it's like I don't want to get too ahead of myself. The hardware is impressive. The capability sounds impressive. But that's where it's like Sony, that's all fine, well, and good. You got to show me the games, though. Got to show the games. Hardware is nothing without the software. I gotta say, I just want to throw this out here, man. The game that caught me the most off guard, by the way, that's getting Pro enhanced, I think I mentioned this yesterday, but it's worth reiterating. Demon Souls. Like that, I just really didn't think Demon Souls, because it came out during the launch of the PS5, I didn't think they would go back. And like that's one I'm going to be actually really interested to see a comparison of, because I think Demon Souls could be a good like measuring stick essentially to determine like how capable this console really is, because Demon Souls is, I think, still for me the best looking PS5 game. Even in performance mode, it looks phenomenal, dude. So if they can like make some huge gains on a game like Demon Souls, I would be pretty impressed at that point. Like, oh, okay. So that's what this console can do, you know? So shout out to Bluepoint for apparently going back and optimizing Demon Souls for the Pro. Was not expecting that. Michael Lynch, he says, you said you couldn't see a visual difference in the games that Mark Cerny showed. The point of the Pro is to do 4K 60 next to 4K 30, not better graphics. That's true, yeah. And I think that's where maybe my... I keep kind of losing sight of the fact that that's what this console is. It's bridging the gap between fidelity and performance mode, where it's like you can, if you want to see PS5 Pro level visuals, like chances are, if you boot up Demon Souls right now on your base PS5 and you play it in fidelity mode, that's what it will look like on the Pro, but at 60 frames. So I almost wonder if the biggest differentiating factor between what will like attract people to the Pro potentially is, so how blurry does that performance mode look? You know what I mean? How blurry does the performance mode look? Because for a game like Demon Souls, that's why I'm saying I'm really interested to see what they do with Demon Souls, because Demon Souls did not look blurry. Demon Souls in performance mode looked great. The resolution was a little bit lower. You could see that. You could see a slightly lower resolution, but it didn't look bad at all. But I think about a game like Rebirth didn't look too great in performance mode. Black Myth Wukong not looking too great in performance mode. Like they still look good overall, but they do look a little bit blurry, a little bit fuzzy, you know? And that's where it's like, if the Pro basically makes them look as crisp and as sharp as the fidelity mode, but maintains a steady 60. Again, I completely understand, like totally, why a person would be like, that's not worth it for me. I totally get it. I'm not here to say it should be worth it for you. But I also understand why somebody who's been playing all this stuff, you know, all these games, I totally get it. Why they would be interested in it. You're saying Metal Gear Solid Volume 2 was announced? Like officially? I'm not seeing anything, dude. I have an article up where they talk about it, like they said they're working on it, but yeah, that's another game. Final Fantasy 16. You're saying it looked crappy in performance. Played it at 30 FPS. It was so bad. Yeah, I remember Final Fantasy 16 was pretty bad. Like they had a performance mode, but you know. Yeah, I'll read the article about Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 2 in a minute. I still have quite a few super chats to get through though. So I want to make sure everybody gets their super chat read. All right. We have Tala Espada says, I'm copping. The price tag is only a quarter of the weekly income. I'm a single dude that consoles for people like me. See, dude, this is what I'm saying. Like, I am so interested. As much as I'm also interested in seeing the games next week, I can't wait. I can't wait to see how this console sells, dude. Because I'm telling you, man, everybody's gonna look real strange, me included to a certain extent, if this thing sells perfectly fine. Like if at the end of it, I will say this could be the greatest like gaslighting moment ever for PlayStation, where if this console, I'm not saying initially, I'm not saying, look, it's going to sell out at launch. We know that. I'm talking like sometime next year, we like get sales data and it's like it's actually selling on pace with the PS4 Pro. It's like doing just fine. I'm never listening to anything the internet has to say about anything ever again. Ever. Because I'm seeing more and more people just basically what you're saying here, Tyler's like, yeah, I'm getting it. Like I'm starting to think there are like millions of people potentially. I don't know if it's millions, but there are a lot of people seemingly who are just like, yeah, I'll buy it. And they're not spending their time on Twitter. They're not spending their time on Reddit. They're not checking the comment section of the reveal of the PS5 reveal video. They just saw it and they're like, yeah, I'm going to buy it. I don't know, dude. I'm just seeing more and more people being like, yeah, I'm picking it up. And I even saw people I saw people yesterday like declaring and announcing like on Twitter. It's like the last thing you should do. I know, I'm always giving too much attention to Twitter. Omen says I'm getting it. 2 of my friends will as well. That's what I mean, bro. Igor says I'm getting one. Saying an IGN poll was 85% no for the Pro. But that's what's funny, dude, is like you're talking about people who go to IGN. You're talking about people who, you know, they go to IGN. So it's like, I don't know, man. I've seen people, Dan O says I'm very torn. I've seen people torn as well. I don't want to make it sound like everybody's like hot. Certainly not everybody's like, yes, for sure. But I think right now, I think there are more people than you would imagine. There are more people than you would assume that have this kind of mentality of being like, I'm in the middle. I'm not so sure. Like on one hand, it looks cool. It sounds cool. It'd be nice to have the upgrade, but I'm not entirely sure. But on the other hand, it's like, man, that's super expensive. And I don't know if I can bring myself to buy a $700 console. And that's why I'm saying like next week could be the week that Sony pushes a lot of people over the edge. Where they're like, listen, totally fine if you're not sold on it yet. Now we're gonna show you what you've been waiting for, and maybe this will sell you. I wouldn't be surprised if that's how it ends up going down. I don't know though. We'll see. Rashdam says, I have no use for the Pro since I primarily play JRPGs. My only concern is some devs' comments seem like they're going to prioritize the Pro over the base. I feel like that is a valid concern, absolutely. But I will say, logically speaking, like, and I'm not saying logic always prevails. It certainly doesn't. But logically speaking, I feel like developers should be doing it the other way around. They should be prioritizing the base PS5 because there are currently 62 million base PS5s out there. So it's like the majority of the people who buy your game will be playing it on the base PS5. You probably want to make sure it's well optimized. And then prioritize the Pro. Now, I'm not saying the Pro should be neglected either, because people who pay $700 for that console should definitely get, they should get something that feels like it's worth it, and they should see that extra effort put in. But I just think it's a matter of prioritization, where it's like the reality is, regardless of how much somebody pays for a Pro console, you got to prioritize the base. You got to prioritize it because that's the one that most people are going to be playing on. But it's a valid concern, Rashdam, and we will see. We'll see if that ends up being something that we have to deal with. Michael Lynch says people online were acting like children with no critical thinking skills when the Pro video happened. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, yesterday is almost like a blur to me. Sometimes when I'm streaming, and yesterday was one of those days where I got so many super chats so rapidly, it felt like I was just, I don't know, I was like on an internet super highway or something where I couldn't even take a moment to really process anything. I don't know how I seemed yesterday, but it was definitely nice after the stream to be able to take a couple steps back and process everything. And I rewatched the video, and I, was not reading as many comments. It's one of those days, Sometimes event streams can be like that. By the way, guys, I want to ask if you could do me a favor, hit that like button to help the stream out. It helps more than you guys know. Let me check something over here. Yeah, I want to see if we can. I don't know if we can do it. I think we can. I know we can. I want to push for 300 likes. We're currently only at 250, but we have time. At least all this hype is making MBG money. Well, I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm very disappointed in you right now, though. I got my PS5 Pro fund up for 200, bro, and we're only at 2. I need to see 2 more zeros next to that, bro. What are you guys doing to me? What kind of message are you trying to send me? You don't want me to get the Pro? Shame on you. I'm just kidding. I mean, I had to do it, I had to do it. Today's the only opportunity. Yeah, no, I appreciate all the support, guys. Seriously. You guys have been showing incredible support for the channel, and I really do appreciate it. It means a lot. It does. Get a real job. I mean, what? This can't be counted as a real job? Omen86 drops a member. Thank you, Omen. Omen's like, I got you, bro. Omen's like, I'll make sure we'll move that needle, bro. We'll get that from 2 to 3. I appreciate it, man. I don't know what qualifies as a real job. Well, I can tell you this. I'm very passionate about what I do here. So I am going to change this, by the way. I'm just going to make it regular. I am very passionate about what we do here and gaming. So, I don't know. I'm just very thankful, truthfully. I say I don't know, but that is what I know. Very thankful for you guys. And OK drops another single. Get a single train going.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
How passionate are you? If you've been here for a while, I think you know. OK, thank you for dropping another single membership gift, bro. That brings us up to 4 on the day. I still got plenty of super chats to make my way through here. So just hang tight while I update this. Oh, wait, I messed it up. One day they're going to have to update this to make it easier to update that. We have a direct donation from, I believe, Rich Rod. Yeah, guys, keep in mind, you can always drop a direct donation as well. I very much appreciate the direct donations. The thing about the direct donations is you can leave a message just like you can a super chat, but like 100% of what you donate goes to the content creator. And Rich Rod says, Dolt, don't you ever disrespect MBG, you wanksta. I'll pimp slap you with my butterscotch middle finger ring. Ah, God, butterscotch middle finger ring. And make you cry, Phil Spencer. Make you cry to Phil Spencer. Sucka, exclamation point. Rich Rod has spoken. The violence continues. Rich Rod wants to evoke more violence. I feel like Rich Rod is feeling pressured like every stream now where he's like, how do I one-up myself? Omen86 with a super chat says, there's two options, buy it or don't buy it. All this bitching and moaning about the price is tiresome. Too expensive? The base PS5 does the job for you. Well, there we go, guys. Time to end the stream. Omen86 just dropped all the logic we needed. I agree. I agree 100%, man. Well said. And of course, I'm going to continue to overcomplicate it for the sake of this conversation. But at the end of the day, this is how, like, that's how I feel. You know, I do like to let my mind roam into crazy speculation territory, but that's what it is, man. It's just, it is bizarre to see people behaving as if Sony announced they also increased the price of the base PS5 to $600. That's the only thing that gets me is like, you're right. The base PS5 absolutely gets the job done. I mean, the cheapest home console market right now, or home console on the market right now, not counting the Switch, the cheapest one is the Series S. And like, dude, the Series S is it's starting to practically get dumped on by developers themselves. And that's like, dude, isn't there a Series S model for $350 on the market right now? It's just crazy to think. Fred says, I would recommend people set aside a tech fund for future tech buying. It will help those decide how to go about buying tech without breaking the bank. That's a good idea, actually. Yeah, if you can afford it, like to do that, to put a little fund aside for future tech. Omen86 is laughing. Alex Mercer, the prototype, says, so I think I'll be able to get the Pro because I went to my local GameStop yesterday and they said I have 500 plus store credit and it's just sitting there, LOL. Well, damn, dude. Make me a little bit jealous here, Alex Mercer. I wish I had 500 GameStop credit just sitting there. You don't have to pay $200 for a Pro. That's a steal. I'd go for it. Like, if the Pro is something you're actually interested in and you got that 500 credit, I'd go for it. Absolutely. Fred, you're saying you set aside $50 every day? Or every check. Sorry, not every day. Just for your tech buys. That's a good idea. I might start thinking about doing that. Because it's like one of those things where if you set it aside, you don't really think about it. And you don't really pay attention to it. And then if something does pop up, you're like, oh yeah, every check, I do that. How much do I got saved up? So even if it's not enough, like it takes off a chunk, you know? We have Gavin Hillock saying the PS5 launched at 500 euros and later raised to 550 euros. With inflation, it should be over 600 euros here in Ireland. Check inflation in your area since 2020. That's something I've been seeing a lot of people bring up and talking about is inflation. And I saw that Jeff Keighley absolutely got clowned on. And I don't know that it was deserved. I'll be honest with you. I mean, it was a little bit awkward, I guess, because it's Jeff Keighley. But do you guys know what I'm talking about? Jeff Keighley yesterday, after the PS5 Pro reveal, he put up a tweet. I actually want to bring it up here because I think it's worth going over. It's actually pretty useful. He put up a tweet and oh wow, he actually got community noted for it. That's interesting. So his tweet says, here are inflation adjusted prices for mainline PlayStation consoles since launch. But underneath it, it says readers added context. The PS5 Pro is comparable to the PS5 Digital Edition, which is not included in this list, didn't have the disc drive. PS5 Pro disc drive is $80, so it will be a total of $778 for it to be a one-to-one with the rest of the PlayStation version in this list. Okay, that's actually a pretty useful community note there. So he says prices adjusted for inflation for main PlayStation consoles since launch. So PS1 released in 1995, adjusted for inflation today would be $611. The PS2 released in 2000, adjusted for inflation would be $546. The PS3 adjusted for inflation released in 2006 today would be $778. The PS4 released in 2013, adjusted for inflation, $538. The PS4 Pro 2016, adjusted for inflation today, would be $522. The PS5, adjusted for inflation today, and the PS5 was just released in 2020, would actually be over $600 at $606. And so people were obviously clowning on Jeff for this, but it's actually pretty eye-opening. I'm not going to lie. Like, I actually didn't realize that. It doesn't, I think what people get upset about is like kind of what Titus said earlier, is that like, okay, inflation is bad and keeps going up, but what about our wages, right? And that is the problem, where it's like, it's not matching, it's very uneven. And that's why I totally understand. Again, I understand the frustration where it's like, it does suck if you want this, but you just genuinely like won't be able to afford it, like probably at all or anytime remotely soon. It does suck to feel like you're just going to miss out on that and not be able to partake. And it speaks to, I think, a greater problem occurring not only in the US, but just even globally. I don't think I read your super chat yet, Silent or Shadow Link. And that's my bad. I'm taking forever to get through these super chats. I'm very backed up right now on super chats, which is not a bad, it's not a problem at all. It's a good problem to have. That's what I mean to say. But yeah, I thought that was interesting that Jeff Keighley put that. Jeff Keighley really got clowned on, bro. Like, he really got clowned on for putting that out, but it's actually pretty useful. Like, it's crazy to me to think that the PS1 adjusted for inflation today would be $611. Like, what? What? Can you further explain inflation, MBG? Well, what is inflation in simple terms? Inflation is the rate of increase in prices over a given period of time. Inflation is typically a broad measure, such as the overall increase in prices to the increase in the cost of living in a country. So that is like a simple explanation. Yeah, this is definitely not an economics course, but hopefully that gives you some idea, some sense. Can you really clown a millionaire? Yeah, I don't know. Devil Shooter says money losing its value. There you go. Devil Shooter's got our back. He simplified it for us real good. Money losing its value. Alex Mercer says, part 2, I might as well use it because you'll never know when GameStop will try and screw me in the future if it becomes invalid. That's a great point. I don't know how GameStop is still around. Like, I don't say that to like clown on them. I feel like I've been hearing about GameStop's demise for the past 12 years and they're just still trucking along. But you're absolutely right, dude. If something does go badly for them, your credit could just get erased at some point. So I would use it. Yeah. Better safe than sorry. Chris Brown says, what Pro product takes away the main components? Yeah, again, man, that to me is the biggest flaw that the PS5, like even that to me is what's stinging, is just, if I were to get a Pro, like I am pretty annoyed that I have to buy a fucking disc drive. Come on. Like I just, that is the part to me that feels a bit petty on Sony's part where it's like, look, I don't mind if you want to charge a premium price for a premium optional device, but it does start to feel a bit nickel and dimey, you know? That's the part that like. If there's anything that I hope happens, and I don't think it will, but if Sony were to respond to the backlash at all, which again, I don't think they will, I would hope it would be, because they're not going to lower the price. I would at least hope it would be, you know what, guys, we're going to include the disk drive. But another thing that I feel like, probably helps, I'm not saying, again, it doesn't justify it, but it might help explain it. Sony probably is looking at their data and seeing how many people, what are the percentage of people buying games digitally? Now, I don't know that that's the best thing to go based off of, though, because it's like, well, and this is something I've seen a lot of people bring up. They're like, if this console is for the enthusiast, doesn't it make sense to assume that the enthusiast is also the same person that cares about physical media? And that, to me, is where I think Sony is maybe, Sony, come on, dude. Like, I mean, I don't know. Is there anybody here who's getting a Pro but is all digital? I mean, I'm sure there are some people. So maybe that's a flawed way of thinking. I don't know. Saying MEG keeping their interest rate at nigh 0% for 15 years has also done a number on the value of the dollar. Lots of reasons for inflation, and our government is responsible for it all. Yeah, that I do. Yep. I'm not going to get into it here, but I don't know, man. These days, everything just looks like a clown show to me. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be totally honest, man. Like, I'm just like, every time I go to check on like world news and what's going on, it's like, oh, circus is still in town. Never left. Shit's crazy, bro. Oh, that's all right. It's all right. We should make we should basically do what Big Boss did and like make our own outer heaven. But instead of it being like for soldiers, it'll just be for like gamers, you know? All right, we have Cypherpunk here with a super chat. He says 100% a tester. People will not get upset if PlayStation 6 is $700, as you're getting a much more powerful machine for the same price as a mid-gen, less powerful one. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, man. Like, that's the thing I can't shake is yesterday, people were telling me like, bro, this means the PS6 is going to be like $700, right? And I like, it just doesn't compute in my brain. Like a PS5 Pro for $700 for some reason can compute, but a next gen, like entry level next gen console from Sony for $700, it just breaks my brain. But you guys are probably right. And I didn't think of it from that perspective where Sony can, I almost wonder if Sony basically knew this was going to happen. Like, I mean, 100% knew like this is going to be a shit show because they're like, it needs to be. We need people to be so angry right now at the fact that the Pro is going to be this much money. So that way, when we roll out the PS6, it'll be the same amount, but we'll be able to say, guys, this dumps on the Pro. You know what I mean? Like, I really wonder if that's maybe the kind of logic behind it, because you're right. Like, what is the conversation? What does the conversation look like right now? What does the conversation look like 4 years from now after the Pro has been on the market for 4 years at $700, and then the PS6 is $700, but the PS6 basically makes the Pro look like child's play? Super interesting to think about, man. Softening the blow. Yeah, at that point, I'll be honest, man. Like, at that point, my greater concern is, holy shit, what does this mean for the console market? Like, bigger picture. You know what I mean? Like I think the PS6 will sell at $700. It will. But the question is, like, how many units does a $700 PS6 sell in 4 years? Oh my God, it's gonna be $800. If you want the disk drive, yeah, you want that PS6 disk drive, baby. 800. Dude, I'm just going to laugh my ass off when it doesn't even matter because Microsoft released their next-gen Xbox console a year before, and it's $800. No one's even going to give a shit at that point. Like, okay, well, this is over. I'll be real with you guys. I'm not going to say I would pay whatever amount, but I'd pay $700 for a PS6. Like, I'm not going to even front on that one. Like, look, a Pro, I need Sony to sell me on this a little bit more, certainly. But a PlayStation 6, assuming Sony comes out swinging, like, here's our launch lineup. We got new Naughty Dog game. We got Bloodborne remake, Blue Point's new game, you know? Maybe a new Astro game. Day one, but keep coping. Don't insult yourself like that. Yeah, I think, that's a good point. I think a big factor that we need to not assume, and it makes it impossible to truly speculate the PlayStation 6, is cross-gen. What is cross-gen going to look like next generation? Because if cross-gen lingers and the PS6 is also incredibly expensive, yeah, I don't know. Okay, I didn't miss your super chat. I'm just really behind. Don't worry. I'm going to move it along here. I'm just spending too long on each super chat. I apologize for that. Waylark says, Sony doesn't care about your feelings. Very true. Nicodemus says, what I don't see them mention is at what resolution are they trying to hit without upscaling? Will 1440p look clearer than 4K? I guess time will tell. Yeah, Mark certainly didn't really go too deep into that. My guess is that it'll be a situation where the internal resolution will be like 1080p or 1440p, but the output you're actually seeing, like what your eyes are registering, basically is going to look very close to 4K or native 4K, like extremely sharp. Michael Stanbrook says, where are the games? I can't believe they are trying to sell this by showing old titles. No disc drive or stand included. Worst console gen for Sony. That's why I'm saying, Michael, let's give it to the end of the month. I know maybe that's asking a lot because we're only 11 days into the month, but I have a very distinct feeling that Sony is going to try to really... I mean, look, man, the most disappointing thing to me that could occur is if we go through September, October, November, December, especially knowing this December is going to be the 30th anniversary of PlayStation, I can accept Sony pissing off the community a little bit from time to time. And I can accept Sony like doing what they're doing right now, where it's like, Sony, you got a lot, a tidal wave of backlash. I can accept this because it happens, But what I wouldn't be able to accept is if Sony does this and then is just like, well, okay, and that's it. You know what I mean? Like, I do feel it's like what happened with Astro Bot. You know what I mean? I can accept what happened with Concord in this reality because literally the week after Concord, not even, the day Concord died, Astro Bot came out. That's what I mean. Like, this is what I mean, where it's like, okay, like, I can accept that. Like, Concord sucked and is basically like had to be erased, and it was embarrassing to see Sony go through that. But they gave us Astro Bot literally the day it died. And Astro Bot's amazing, and that's exactly what I want. So this is where it's like, okay, Sony, you come out and you create a mass amount of backlash that's going to linger for at least a couple days with a $700 Pro. I will be able to just totally not like, I mean, I don't even really care that much now, but I just mean, I think the general idea is, all right, so maybe so next week or the week after, like now here's the good shit, right? Here's the good shit that's going to get everybody excited. You get what I'm saying? Like, I do need to see Sony come out, and they need to do it. Like, the way Omen, because Omen86 with another super chat says, on a positive note, Astro Bot is such a joy. Exactly, dude. That's what was so, dude, I was laughing out loud yesterday because I was like, you ever see the meme? It's like I'm going in, entering the comment section, and it's a dude zipping up a hazmat suit. I felt like when I was done streaming and done being on Twitter yesterday and Reddit, I unzipped the hazmat suit. I sat down and I started playing Astro again. And I'm like, so it turns out everything's okay. See, it's not that bad. Because I don't know, man. I left the internet yesterday thinking oh my God, Sony's toast. Sony's done, bro. What am I even doing here anymore? What am I even doing with my life? I got to rip this down. I got to tear it all down. Got to get rid of it. You're living a lie. And then I go and I sit down and I play Astro and I'm like, damn, this shit's pretty fun. Astro makes everything okay. For a second, I thought you said PS4 Pro for life. Well, that's an interesting take. Captain Hook says, what do we know about the improvements to PS4 games? That's a great question, and Sony didn't really... It does seem like there's a lot Sony has left to say about the Pro. I will tell you, I think yesterday, we talked about the idea of 9 minutes being a little too short for everything that they're going to talk about, and yeah, they didn't even mention that in the 9-minute video. They mentioned it in a blog post. Apparently, the PS5 Pro is going to enhance a lot of PS4 games. But they didn't say how or what games or what it's going to do. I think the base assumption is higher resolutions, more stable frame rates. That's, I think, a pretty safe assumption overall. Baldy McNosehair says, I'd rather support you than the PS5 Pro. Well, goddamn. I ain't going to argue with that one, Baldy McNosehair. I appreciate that. Thank you. I am better than the Pro. I will challenge the PS5 Pro. We will go toe-to-toe. Who will be the victor? By the end of it, we'll probably just shake on it. $1K GPU on top of a $500 PC build required for this Pro performance is okay, but a $700 console isn't. Yeah, the weirdest thing... So I want to mention this too before I continue. The weirdest thing I've seen, and the most contradictory thing I've seen thus far, and I want to make it clear, I am not targeting PC players. I want to make it clear, I have no issue with PC players. I like PC players. I like Xbox players. I'm talking about normal, rational, reasonable people that just say, this is where I prefer to play, and here's why I like it. I'm not saying that what I saw is indicative of PC players. What I'm saying is I've seen a couple of specific individuals who make it known they're PC players and that they believe PC is the best. And they went from basically talking about how the PS5 Pro will not be able to match this GPU or that GPU and not be able to do what some people are saying it will do. Now, to be fair, I did see certain PlayStation fanboys believing the PS5 Pro was going to do things it absolutely is not going to do. And comparing it to GPUs, it has no business being compared to. I did see that as well. So I understand the reaction of those PC players. Hence why I didn't say anything about those PC players, because I'm like, yeah. If you see people trying to compare a PS5 Pro to a 4080 or whatever, I'm not too well versed on this, but I just know like that's not a thing, and you shouldn't be doing that. So I can understand why PC players would kind of clown on that. But what was really weird is I saw some of these PC players, as soon as they saw that people were clowning on Sony for the price, it was no longer about the performance. They basically dogpiled as well, where now they're clowning Sony for the price. And that to me was the weirdest thing to see, because it's like, you guys are PC players, bro. Like, you guys are already and have been paying the premium. And what you paid for is very likely more expensive than the Pro. Likely more capable than the Pro, you would assume. But that's what was weird to me. What happened to my chat? Am I still live? Well, this is weird. Okay, all right, dude. Okay, my chat, like, what the hell is happening? I'm still live. I keep getting an error on my chat. And, like, nobody's chatting. This is so weird. What? Come on, man. Is YouTube really going to do this to me right now? Yeah, I don't know what's going on right now. It looks like my chat broke. Like, I'm live, and it still says there's 458 people here, but my chat is broken. Well, this is really annoying. Hold on, let me type something there. It's totally broken. You got to be shitting me right now, YouTube. My chat, I don't even know. This has never happened. My chat is broken. How does this happen? Dude. Okay. Well, this is really weird. I've never been in this circumstance before in all my time streaming on YouTube. I'm seeing the emoji reacts here, or the whatever it's called. I can't. Oh my god! I can't even ask questions. I was going to ask the chat, like, is it still showing for you guys? But what doesn't matter? Wait, does this mean if somebody super chats, I'm not going to get it? Hold on now. God damn it, YouTube. Why you got to do this to me, man? Oh no, this is bad. Now my super chats aren't even updating? You gotta be shitting me, man. Wow. Yeah, my super chats aren't even updating. All right, well, I guess there's really nothing I can do about it. Shit, I don't even know what to do right now. Like, I can see the remaining super chats I haven't read yet. The last super chat I got was from Felix Joel Beltry for $10. So I got to see if I can fix this. Here's what I'm going to try to do. Give me just a moment. I don't know if the chat's working for you guys. It's not working on my end. I'm totally blind right now. So I'm going to switch it to members only chat for a moment. Oh my God, it's so fucking broken. It won't even switch to members only chat. Okay. All right. Let me read the rest of I need to catch up with all my super chats. Once I catch up with my super chats, I'm going to try something else to see if I can fix it. Kainsy7 says, those who super chat are the MBG enthusiasts. We have the extra money and we support MBG. Super chats are not mandatory. There you go. There you go, Kainsy7. This is so weird. I'm sorry if I sound weird reading the super chats. I'm not used to doing this without a chat screen in front of me. I feel very strange and alone. I feel abandoned right now. Earthspank says, a pro model should be niche. It makes sense. Josh Z says, to me, this is... it's not even letting me heart the comments. Oh, I'm so fucking annoyed right now. Josh Z says, to me, this is no different from iPhone. I've had an 8 Plus for like 6 years. It runs fine. Companies trick people into thinking that they need the best tech, but really, there is a baseline for function. Yeah. And that's the thing. Yeah, I think there are going to be people, even after the PlayStation 6 comes out, they're going to be sticking to their PS5s for many years to come. Absolutely. Omen86 says, reconnected my Dreamcast, the true pro console. I don't even know if you guys are still here, bro. Oh, this is a nightmare. The elemental hero says pro could hurt the physical and digital market and could lead into the video game crash sooner than later. Feels like anti-consumer for the people and more. We'll see. I don't know. I feel like that's a hot take, bro. The pro's going to lead to the video game crash. Cypherpunk says the people telling others to stop crying and complaining because they are talking bad about their favorite corporation is the funniest shit online. Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying. It does feel like it's just a lot of back and forth. I mean, I'm partaking in it to an extent. Well, see, that's the thing though, Cypherpunk. Because I for a second I thought, yeah, maybe that I'm counted in that. But the thing is, I'm not telling anybody to stop bitching or complaining, you know? I'm actually telling, go ahead, complain. You should. I guess I'm just telling people to stop bitching and complaining at me. You know what I mean? But yeah, people, that's the thing. I feel like there's just like people fighting each other. And it's like, I don't think we need to fight each other, guys. Either fight Sony or fight some other corporation, but don't fight each other. I feel like that's the dumbest thing to do. Jerry A, you're saying physical game sales accounted for 4% of PlayStation's Q3 23 revenue. The dick drive is sold separately. Wait, hold on. I think we're back. We're back. It's working. So wait, it wasn't working for you guys either. It wasn't just me. That was the weirdest thing ever, dude. You're saying I did it, you can thank me. That was beyond bizarre. Wait, is it members only chat now, though? Let me just make sure. All right. There we go. Back to where we were. Hopefully I didn't just break it again. Yeah, that was strange, man. Let me just catch up here. Moses says by the time the PS5 Pro has enough next-gen games to make it worth the PlayStation 6, will be like 2 from release, LOL. Yeah, I think that's the worry, Moses. Hopefully not. And now that the chat is fixed, Paul Ganell comes in and gifts a member gift, bringing us up to 5 on the day. Guys, I haven't been pushing very much this stream, but I want to encourage anybody, if you want to drop a membership gift or 5 or 10 or 20 or 50, go ahead and do so. We will be doing some members content at the end of this week, so you can look forward to that. If we hit our goal of 25, I think Boss actually isn't in here today, but we will bring him in. If we hit 25, we can feed the beast. You want to see reps? If we hit 50 members, I'll do reps. Reps are for 50 members. But thank you, Paul. Thank you for keeping the member train going today. We also have Fabrice Paul saying the PlayStation 6 will be expensive and will not be a big jump because of the Pro. 2, the reason the Pro exists is because AMD is so trash, who always made new technology. NVIDIA, AMD is bad and late to it. I'll be honest, I don't pay as close attention to, companies like AMD and NVIDIA, so I really don't know what to say about that. Maybe what you're saying is true. But as for the first part, yeah, that's the thing I'm going to be curious to see, is how big of a leap the PlayStation 6 will be, because this is why when we talk about the PlayStation 6 potentially being so expensive, the Pro is going to be a very, very powerful console and a very, very capable machine. It's going to do a lot for games. The PS5 is still very good. So it's like, if the PlayStation 6 is to provide a true next-gen leap, Sony's going to have to put a lot of tech inside of it. And that's likely going to be very expensive for them. So I think what it really comes down to when we ask ourselves, like, what do we want? What's more important to us? A lower price point and a much more moderate, next gen leap, where it's like, yeah, it's not that noticeable, but there's some improvements, or a much more expensive console that has all the bells and whistles and like everything shoved into it, and will show a very much show a next gen leap and do a lot, but it will be very expensive. That's, I think, the question that Sony is probably trying to figure out and answer right now. Okay, with 2 back-to-back super chats says, same reason I knew the Pro would be $700 to $800, or how I know the PlayStation 6 will be $900 to $1,000 in 45 years. Native home console gaming will be seen as an extreme luxury. Cloud/handheld will be for the masses. $1,000 home consoles will be standard. A decade of harsh economic times ahead of us all. Yeah, that's some interesting insight there, okay? And I'll be honest, like, the logic that you're putting behind your reasoning here, it does add up. It is true. Cloud is going to improve and become, I don't know how relevant, but certainly more relevant in the next 5 to 6 years. Same thing with handhelds, and apparently both Sony and Microsoft are pursuing handhelds. So, yeah, I think the logic is there, man. And you also mentioned a decade of harsh economic times. I hope it's not that bad, truthfully, I hope it's not a whole decade. I don't necessarily know that I expect things to improve immediately. And I don't know that I feel even comfortable trying to guess when things could change or improve. But I definitely hope it's not a decade, man, because that's a good chunk of time. But you could be right. You could be right. And we have Silent Spartan. He says, why on earth would you not get a Pro or its accessories? It's a tax write-off for you. You'd be foolish not to take advantage of that. That's true. Yeah. Well, it's just because even though that is true, I still can't help but view it from my own personal, like I guess I view it outside of the lens of what I do on the channel, because that's true. Like, I could buy anything gaming related and justify it by it's a tax write-off. It's what I do for YouTube here. but I can't bring myself to do that because it like I don't want to like go down that slippery slope of I'm just going to buy things because hey, I can justify it because I'm a YouTuber. Some things maybe like smaller things, I guess, but it's more along the lines of I don't want to buy a Pro just because, you know what I mean? I'm trying to be honest with myself in that, like, I am excited about the prospect of the hardware. I am. I'm excited about the prospect of the Pro and what it can do for games and what it's offering. And it's cool that Sony's going to have this like ultra powerful console. But at the same time, it's like, I need Sony to sell me on it. You know, like Sony, I feel like if I'm going to pay that amount of money for a Pro console, like I at least need to see new games running on it. And I feel like that's not asking for much. And that's why I'm saying, like, they're probably going to do that. They're probably going to show new games running on it. And that's probably what's going to be what tips me over the edge. And everything will be as it should be. Saying your PlayStation channel, you need it. Yeah, I did think about that. I was like, I will say though, like I've been late, I've been late with some stuff before. Like, for example, I never bought the PlayStation Portal and I will at some point. I just don't know when, but it's good. I was late to PSVR 2. I mean, the PS5 Pro does feel much more substantial than those things, but it's actually been a pretty common theme for me to be late to these things. Shadowlink is like, no, bro. Dude, Shadowlink is like Heisenberg yelling like Walter White yelling in the back of the van, screaming through the glass. I mean, I've been late. I was late with the DualSense Edge. I was late with PSVR 2. I will be late with PlayStation Portal. And I don't know. I'm not saying I'm not getting it yet. I'm just saying I'm going to give it. Pre-orders open up at the end of the month. Pre-orders open up on the 26th. I'm going to give it at least until then, right? Like, let's see what Sony does in between. You're saying, bro, this is embarrassing. Just get the Pro. What do you mean? What's embarrassing about it? I think people are... So, are people interpreting me as just like being like, maybe I'll get it? I don't know, guys. Like, I'm not... It's not that. It's not that. It's just... Like, I'm not even kidding you. I'm not even kidding when I say, like, guys, I don't want to buy a Pro and not have games to play the day I get it. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, the Pro is coming out in November. So, okay, here's a great example. A game that I will most likely still be playing by the time the Pro comes out will be Silent Hill 2 Remake. If they come out and they're like, yeah, that game's going to be PS5 Pro Enhanced, like, okay, there we go. There's one game I'm going to be playing right there. These older games, like Demon's Souls and stuff, I don't have an intention of replaying them. I have an intention, if I were to have the Pro, to go back and check them out. But this is why I'm saying, like, I need to see the games that are going to be there, like, day one, because it would be so weird and awkward if, like, I don't know, I buy if I buy Pro and I get it November 7th and I hook it up, it's like, all right, what's the first game you're going to play? It's like, I'm going to play Silent Hill 2 Remake. I'm not finished with it yet. Is that Pro Enhanced? No. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to, that's what's going to be super awkward for me. This is why I'm saying, like, I need to see, Sony said 50 plus games. That's a lot of games. So I'm sure there's going to be stuff there. I need to see it. Michael Werner says I'm buying a PS5 Pro just to play PS1 emulator on PS Plus. God damn. Michael Werner, spot me, bro. I need 200 memberships to afford a Pro. If you could just drop 200 membership gifts right now, that'd be great. That'd be great. Because I want to do that too. I want to play some PS1 emulated PS Plus titles on my Pro, on my 33 teraflop Pro. I don't know why that sounds so funny. Playing some PS1. I'm really flexing out here. That is a flex if you think about it, though. Yeah, I bought the Pro. What are you playing on it? PS1 games? All right. I'll tell you this, though. I will tell you this. If Sony does show games that get me excited for the Pro, and I still don't get one day one, at that point, it'll be because I couldn't get one. Because I really don't know what to expect with pre-orders. And I don't know that I'm going to, like, bend over backwards. I don't know. Do you guys remember the PS5 pre-order situation? Dude, that shit gave me PTSD. I'm like, that was, like, the most crazy pre-order, like, people were going nuts. And I was so lucky, dude. I don't know how. I think I got my pre-order through Walmart. I think Mrs. MBG is the one who helped me with it, too. I think she helped me secure it. She let me know, like, go check Walmart right now. And I barely got it, dude. And I just don't know that I want to go through that again. But we'll do it. Yeah, we'll do a... If I try to pre-order one and I don't get one pre-ordered, we'll do like a PS5 Pro scalper fund where we'll like raise enough money on a stream to get me to get one through a scalper. That would be something, wouldn't it? Waylark, you're saying, why jump on the Xbox hate train every time they F up? We don't care about them, but there's so many streams dedicated to their F ups. Are you talking about me, Waylark? Well, yeah, I guess it's just because, I don't know if you noticed this, but recently I've barely been talking about Xbox anymore. And it's because, dude, the biggest reason I would jump on Xbox and their fuck ups is because, well, I wanted to see them compete at a higher level. And I wanted to I don't know. I think for the past couple years, I basically continued to allow the delusion to thrive. And that delusion is we're going to get back to where we were, where Microsoft and Sony are competing at a high level in the home console market with exclusives and hardware and features and studios and showcases. And the reality has just each year, it's just been, you know, at this point, it's not even that Microsoft fucked up. It's just that they're done and they've moved on and they're doing something else. And so now it's just Sony. And Sony, you know, they're clearly going to have their own fuck ups. But now, like, truthfully, I'm waiting for the Nintendo Switch 2, and I'm trying to see, like, okay, well, Microsoft isn't going to be the one to do it. So, will Nintendo? How is this Nintendo new Switch presentation? How is this going to affect Sony? But yeah, man, I've been hardly talking about Xbox these days because it's just they've settled in. You know, we know what it is now. They're going third party. They're becoming more of a publisher. They will offer hardware, but that hardware is just going to be for, I don't know, like a very niche group of people who want it, and that'll be that. You know, that'll be that. So, oh my God, Michael Werneth, bro. Michael Werneth just dropped a freaking 50 bomb in the chat. Michael, bro, I was kidding. Holy shit, he took me seriously. I told Michael, I was like, yo, Yo, we need that PS5 Pro fund. And he's like, I got you, bro. 50 memberships gifted by Michael Wernick, absolute legend. God damn, dude. That's crazy.
Holy shit.
Michael Wernick's like, bro, you need that PS5 Pro? I got you. That's crazy. I need some W's flowing in the chat for Michael Wernick dropping a 50 bomb, bringing us up, just straight up bringing us up to 55 members on the day. Whoever was asking for reps earlier, well, I guess you're going to get some now. Good shit. Michael says, hope it helps. No, that's awesome, dude. That's insanely generous of you. I was just kidding earlier, but damn, you really dropped the 50. That's awesome, man. Yeah, shout out to Michael for dropping a 50 bomb on the chat here. To everybody who just got gifted, I will let you know at the end of the week, we're going to do some members content, and I will put this out here. I guess now is the most appropriate time. I'm sure you've noticed I've been kind of changing the way I'm doing content. So for anybody who's been waiting for a new members lounge, pay attention on Friday. Okay, Friday we're going to be doing a members lounge, but I'm doing it differently this time. There's not going to be, or at least there shouldn't be, unless something happens and I have to, cover it. There's not going to be a regular stream on Friday. There's going to be, well, technically it'll be a regular stream, but it's just going to be an exclusive members only stream. It's going to be like an extended members lounge. So, rather than like break them up into increments, we're just going to do it all at one time. And so please look forward to that. Michael Wernick, you're saying Pennsylvania. Yeah, I figured you're probably somewhere around there because I know you're a big Eagles fan. So good shit. Let me update the member goal here. I mean, geez. Michael going crazy today. So 55 members on the day. And still making my way through these super chats. So appreciate all the support, guys. All right, let's see when you get back. Full swinger state. Shadowlink, you're from Pennsylvania too? We got a lot of Pennsylvanians here. I was born in Pennsylvania. All right, let me see. Where am I at here? Omen86 with the super chat. Rudy says, where's Corey? Yeah, dude, I don't know, man. I haven't seen Corey Landiga here in a minute. Does anybody here know Corey Landiga personally or whatever? Because, like, I'm a little worried, man. Yeah, I don't know where he's been. Steven, you're saying, man, I'm watching you on my PS5. My PC took a dump. Had to push my surgery back for my eyes. Can't see well enough to troubleshoot it. Oh, shit, Steven. I appreciate you still tuning in, though, bro. That's crazy. Steven's watching me through the PS5. Corey's at Sony HQ. I think I've seen Laurent here recently. So I think he's doing okay. Maybe he changes it. He's like, yeah, he's secretly stalking the chat. I don't know. Oh, we got to feed the beast too, by the way. Hold on.
Boasty, read me. It's time to feed the beast.
Just give him a second. Well, boss, they're up there. I poured the snacks. It's all you, bro. I don't know why boss is acting so stupid right now. Like, dude, they're in the same place they always are. Is this guy serious? Bro, they're up here. Oh my god. I think boss is like losing brain cells or something, man. And Steven Leon, through the PS5, drops 10 more membership gifts. Steven is keeping the member train rolling today. Steven brings us up to 65 members. Bro, thank you so much for that. I'm going to give you
dangerous to
a Mark
rely on
Cerny.
teraflops as an
All right, boss,
absolute
could
indicator
we like
of
to
performance.
escort you? W's in the chat for Steven. I have no idea what's going on with boss, dude. He's being so weird. Okay, let's see. Can you do it? Boss, are you skilled enough to eat your treats like that? I got to make you work for it now, boss, because you're getting too big for your own good. Oh, he almost fell there. All right, now I just feel bad. You just look like you're uncomfortable. All right, let me update the member goal. We'll keep making our way through these super chats. So, yeah, appreciate you guys showing all the support today, man. I'm going to answer Silent Spartan super chat really quick because it's relevant to the member gifts. He said, have you considered doing a member stream with Mrs. MBG? I've thought about it. Yeah, it's definitely something we've talked about. And a lot of people really enjoyed the conversation between us or just like her being on the chat. I mean, she wasn't like on camera, but she was in the room and we were just kind of chatting. It's something... I'm not going to like say anything now and say, yeah, we're doing it and we're doing it this day or something. We'll see how it works out. But yeah, I think a lot of people have been asking for us to do like some kind of member stream, Mr. and Mrs. MBG. So at some point it'll probably happen. I can't lock it in and say when exactly, but stay tuned. Saying too many weirdos for me to bring my wife on the internet. Yeah, there is that concern, but yeah, at the same time, it's like, I don't know. At some point, you just got to accept, like, people are going to be how they're going to be, you know? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that, Michael, MBG Jr. I don't know that I'm going to bring my son on. That feels a little, I mean, he's adorable, and I think you guys would love him. I know you guys would love him, but I don't know. I do get a little too much hate on this channel, not from you guys, but, you know, I don't know that I would feel comfortable doing that, you know? I don't know that Mrs. MEG would feel comfortable with that either, but yeah, maybe we could do like a 100K special or something. I don't know. Yeah, and if, you know, if we'd make it a members thing, I feel like that'd be good, good members content, you know? A little bit more personable. I'm going to make Mrs. MBG wear a like a paper mask, and it's just going to be my face. Man, that would be weird. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Damn, Titus, that's dark. Weirdos on the internet? No such thing. RE46 N2 Ray says Colin M posted about the PS5 Pro. Look at your PS5 post. Let me check. So by Colin M, you're talking about Colin Moriarty, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I came across this yesterday. Colin already says it's expensive, but he's still buying one. The bigger takeaway for him is how much global pricing shows the decay of currencies comparable to the US dollar. Very scary stuff overseas. And Shadowlink says, LOU is for me. Didn't finish one. Didn't play two. You're talking about The Last of Us, Shadowlink? I don't know if I'm reading this correctly. You're saying LOU wasn't for me. Or, I don't know. Are you saying it wasn't for you? Yeah, that's how I'm reading it, because you're saying you didn't finish one and you didn't play two. I mean, I could see that. Ray, I'm trying to understand what you're... Oh, you're saying the marketing, Shadowlink, you're saying the marketing was for people like you. Okay. Damn, Steven. Saying my wife stated I can't get the PS5 Pro, but if she does not see the reset, it was never purchased. By the way, bought 2 disk drives from Best Buy. That's so funny, dude. You know what the funniest thing is like, I don't know, if you have a PS5 Slim and you were to secretly replace it with a Pro, I don't think anybody would actually notice. Like anybody who's not like paying attention to like the gaming news and stuff. Cypherpunk says Digital Foundry said that too about 30 FPS games. What, that there still might be some 30 FPS games on the Pro? I mean, yeah, I do anticipate that later on in this generation, like in the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to probably see some games. Maybe even something like GTA 6, where it's not going to be possible to run at 60 frames on these consoles, even on the Pro. Oh, Ray, you're saying it was just a funny picture of the Xbox Series S with a physical game attached. Yeah, something's not right there. And we have Delwyn Jones with the super chat. He says, remember, people have been complaining about wanting better frame rates and better graphics, but now the internet, they don't want to pay money for better hardware. Shaking my head. I don't know what to say. Only gamers nowadays have become very spoiled recently. Well, yeah, this is why I, before the chat got all weird, what I was trying to say about seeing certain PC players on like Twitter and stuff, where it's just so weird to me to see people kind of chiming in where it's like, you guys pay the premium already, and I'm not here to say that it's not worth it. I'm just here to say you're already paying a premium, you know? And it's like, I would expect people who pay a premium for a higher end product to be able to understand why other people would do the same thing for a different product. You know what I'm saying? That to me was a little bit weird. I've seen the argument now going around as well. And again, I feel like all this stuff is just, it's all relegated to just these internet posts, but where it's like people doing big, massive breakdowns about why it's better to game on PC and why it would be better to go to PC than buy a Pro. And I'm just like, I don't understand why the idea of people buying a PS5 Pro and just enjoying it is bothering some people so much. That's what I don't like, I can understand pretty much everything else. I can understand the problem with the price in terms of like, man, I wish it was more affordable. and we don't really see consoles priced like this. I can understand that. I can understand people basically saying that they don't feel like the upgrade is going to be worth it, or they're not interested in it, or they're fine with their base PS5. And I can even understand people who are now questioning what this means for next gen. But what I really don't understand are the people who have seemingly a problem with those who have decided they're going to buy a Pro and they're excited for it. Like, I don't understand why people are so worried about how other people plan to spend their money. This to me is the weirdest thing I'm noticing. And it's almost getting to a point where it's like people are trying to act like they're going to start like shaming people for buying a Pro. Like, what? I saw this one person made a post, and I don't know who this person is. It was the first time I've ever came across them, but I noticed their post was garnering a lot of attention, and a lot of people were like clapping back on them. And I think it was like a big Nintendo fan. I don't even know their name, but they basically said anybody who buys a PS5 Pro is an idiot. And people were like pointing out that this individual bought like 7 Nintendo Switches, like all the different models of the Nintendo Switch. And the funniest response I think I saw was somebody saying he's not an idiot. He's just saying you're also an idiot if you buy a Pro. And I'm like, this is just getting dumb. Like, I think the conversation itself is becoming idiotic, because the conversation is beginning to, it's getting into that territory where it's like, again, like, why are you watching other people's pockets? Like, why do you care what other people choose to spend their money on? Blandrew. Okay. Yeah, I think that was the person. I never heard of that person before. Like, I don't give a shit that guy bought 7 or 8 Switches. Like, good for him. Like, how does that impact me whatsoever? You know what I mean? Like, spend your money, dude. It's your money. If you want 20 Switches, get 20 Switches. I mean, I think it's overkill, but do you, man, if that's what makes you happy. And like, if there's somebody out there who says, I want 2 PS5 Pros, I want one in my main room, in my upstairs room, like, more power to you, bro. But then again, who am I, right? I'm sitting here, I'm now caring about other people caring about what other people are doing with their money. So it's really, I'm not helping the situation. I guess it's just necessary to kind of acknowledge that this is maybe the strangest thing that I've seen so far. And yeah, I always try to encourage people, game where you want to game, man. Never forget that the point of engaging with video games is to have fun and for enjoyment or some type of satisfactory feeling. All right. And I do think, and I'm guilty of this as well, I do think that too many people get too wrapped up in the conversations to the point where it's like, I don't know that this is really about playing games anymore. This is about pocket watching. This is about commentary on corporate America or just corporate in general. This is commentary on the health of the industry, and all of these things are fine. Like, we can talk about these things. We should talk about these things. We bring them up frequently. But I just think that some people, it becomes the only focal point, and they just completely ignore, like, wait a second. Why are we even talking about this again? It's like, oh yeah, because we like to play games. That's why I'm saying, man. That's why I keep saying, like, as much as I think the PS5 Pro is cool for what it's offering, it's like I keep saying, Sony, show me some more games, man. I'm ready. That's what it's all about. Rashdan B2 says eBay people are already selling the drive below MSRP or above. Sorry. Let me check real quick, actually. Oh, you're right. First one I see, $100, $160. That's so shitty, man. This is what I mean. This is exactly what I'm talking about, where it's like, if this is the reason I got to wait for a Pro, I will wait, because I'm not paying a scalper. I'm not. Like, I'm not. Anybody who wants to do that, that's fine. I'm just saying for me personally, I can't bring my, like, if I was on a PS4 right now and I had waited to upgrade, maybe I'd think about it. But if this is what it's going to come down to, man, are they really sold out on Amazon? Let me see. Oh, wow. They really are. They are sold out. Holy shit. Let me just check PlayStation Direct. See if they have it on there. It's showing you can add it to your cart, but it's not letting me add it to the cart. Let me try adding something else to the cart. Okay. Is PlayStation Direct broken for anybody? Because it's not letting me add anything to the cart. So, yeah, this is shitty. I mean, I know that scalpers are buying the disk drives right now, but what are they going to do if Sony restocks the disk? Like, they just restock Amazon tomorrow or the next day, and then all the scalpers buy them, and then Sony restocks it the next day. I don't know. I'm gonna laugh. I'm telling you, Sony's gonna show games on the Pro that I'm like, damn, that looks pretty good. I think I'm gonna buy it, and then I'm not gonna be able to get a disk drive, and that's what's gonna stop me. That's gonna be so crazy. I mean, Sony has time. Sony has time, man. Like, they can make it so that when pre-orders go up, they can have an $800 bundle or a $780 bundle where it comes with the disk drive. They can do that, and they should. I think they should. Sony's probably nuts, though. Sony's probably like, nah, bro, just buy a Slim as well. So he's like, oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. You can't buy a disk drive because they're all sold out. We could sell you a PS5 Slim with a disk drive on top of your Pro. Now that's diabolical. Now that is diabolical, bro. Most scalpers in my area ended up eating a 10K personal loans because they were willing to wait. Damn. We have Josh Z saying third-party games and optimization will benefit the most from the Pro, but I don't anticipate too much of a difference with PlayStation Studios games. They know how to optimize games for the base PS5. Yeah, I think you're right about that. That's why I was trying to tell people that I think, generally speaking, most games you get are going to run fine on the PS5, but I have no doubt, like, if we take a game like Death Stranding 2, I'm sure Death Stranding 2 is going to look and run just great on the base PS5. I'm confident in that. I am. Will it run even better and look even better on the Pro? Absolutely. I'm sure Death Stranding 2 is going to be probably one of the most beautiful games we ever see on a Pro. But that's where it's just... I feel like the Pro is, when you talk about like first party games, I think basically what it's going to do is it's going to make it so, like, can the best be better? Well, we know it can be. We've seen certain PS5 games hit PC, and we've seen just how good these games can look on like a high-end PC. But if we're talking about like for the first year or two before they ever make their way to PC, the Pro will serve that purpose of like, yeah, we can make the best look even better. And I I know PlayStation fans, and I know that there's absolutely a demographic of fans, even some of you here right now, that are like, yeah, that's for me. I'm not going to wait a year or 2 or 3 for this game to come to PC. I'm not doing it. And I'll play it on base PS5 if that's the only PlayStation console it can play on. But if there's like something in between that, and it's there day one, right? In between a high-end PC, in between a base model PS5. So let's face it, man. When a game like Death Stranding 2 does drop on PlayStation 5, assuming it's not going to launch day one on PC, which as of right now, it's not going to, the PS5 Pro will be the definitive way to play that game until it eventually goes to PC, whenever that'll be. But when it comes to third-party games, yeah, I think specifically Unreal Engine 5 developed third-party games are going to be the ones that benefit the most. And that'll be really interesting to see. I'm really interested to see Digital Foundry's or other outlets, their tech analysis of Unreal Engine 5 PS5 Pro optimized games. That will be interesting. English Kid says, new chat poll idea, Pro with disk drive, 1 terabyte, no games, $600. Yes/no. I would do that poll, but it's not real. So, you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know that I want to put out a poll that's like, hey, guys, what would you think if Sony did it differently? Because I think people, I think a lot of people would be okay with that. I'd be okay with that. A PS5 Pro with a disk drive, instead of 2 terabytes, 1 terabyte, $600. That's what I thought we were going to get. Y'all keep forgetting about GTA 6. That's true. Yeah. My $700 GTA 6 machine. How much are you willing to pay for GTA 6? The best version. 700? 800? We have King Sam, a member for 16 months. Thank you for the long-term support, King Sam. Always appreciate it, bud. He says, I lost him here. He says, 800 pounds in the UK, including the disk drive. Not having to choose fidelity or performance mode makes me want it, but need to see the results first. Yeah, I feel like that's exactly where I am, King Sam. Also, I just noticed your pictures of I guess your cat. Cute cat. I feel the same way. I'm very interested in the Pro, and I'm not, I'm not against it in any way. I need to see some more results. Yeah, I need to see new games and some more comparisons, basically. So I'm essentially right there with you, King Sam. We have a Felix Joel Beltry says, MBG, keep up the good work, my boy, longtime Sony customer and fan. It's been like this day one. Sony does what Sony wants. Look at the TV market and audio market. PS5 Pro day one for me. Yeah, I mean, that is true. And well, first off, I appreciate that, man. Thank you for the kind words. It is true. Like, Sony does operate, and they've proven in other areas that they're willing to just operate as they want to. People call it the Sony tax. I like Sony TVs, right? You pay a little bit more. Now, granted, Sony does kind of offer the best of the best most of the time if you're paying a little bit more for their high-end TVs. And they're an electronics company, and they're known for their quality. They've had misses, of course. But yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like the more I think about it, like the more I sit on it and think about it and just realize that we do live in a time where people really are paying exorbitant amounts of money for much more trivial stuff, like things that I would say I don't want to say they're not as valuable, but just, I don't know. When I think about what a PS5 Pro would offer you for $700, like, you do have to pay for the games, of course. But for $700, like, you're gonna, like, assuming you buy just a decent amount of games each year, and assuming you put a good amount of time into those games, I feel like it ultimately ends up paying for itself. Like, I don't know. That's kind of the perspective I'm looking at it from, where I still use my base PS5 and I paid $500 for it. And dude, like, that shit paid for itself in the first 3 months with just the sheer amount of time I put into it. So the idea of me getting another version of it that's even more, like, significantly more powerful and more capable, I will be paying $200, maybe even $300 more. But that's the question I ask myself, is like, how much use is this thing going to get? Dude, for me, I mean, look, like we said, I could simply say it's a tax write-off, right? It's for my YouTube channel here. Sure. But if we're talking just practically speaking, like, realistically, you know, how much use are you going to get out of this? Is this going to be worth $700 or $800 to you? Are you going to get that level of use out of it? The answer is absolutely yes. This is where I play. Like, I've put thousands and thousands, and I probably, honestly, put probably over 10,000 hours in my PS5 console in total since it launched. Probably more than that. So it's like, yeah, for me, it's not. It's just I want to see the games that are going to be there day one, and whether or not it's something I feel like I need to be there at the launch. But the Pro is a console that, like, when I was thinking about it yesterday, I'm like, what's the longest I would wait for a Pro? GTA 6 would probably be the longest. But even then, I suspect I would have it before that. But that's where I just feel like, you know, of course this product is for me. But yeah, I don't know, man. When it comes to the whole idea of the Sony tax, I mean, what else is there in the console market to compete with the Pro now? So I don't even know that it's going to be so much a Sony tax in the console gaming market, as much as it's just going to be, you know, we are the premium console manufacturer, the premium home console manufacturer. I'm interested to see what Microsoft does next, because I feel like the Pro is kind of like the first shot fired in a way. The Pro is the first shot fired, and I feel like the next shot is going to be the next gen Xbox. Assuming the next gen Xbox does actually come as soon as it's supposed to by the end of 2026, that's basically 2 years from now, which is, you know, 10K hours is 9 years. Wait, hold on. Are you sure? All right, maybe. No, that's not right. That's not 9 years. 10,000 hours and days. That's 416 days. So it's over 1 year. It's like a year and a half. Wait. No, that can't be right. No, yeah, that's like a year and a half. I said 9 years. I spent 9 years on my PlayStation 5. 9 years in the hole. You really broke my brain for a moment there, though, Capone. I'm like, 9 fucking years, bro. What? I need to get a life. That does sound like it could be too much, though. So the PS5 has been out for about 4 years. Like, this November, it'll be 4 years. The idea that I've spent a year and a half on my... Oh, my God, that could be real. Holy shit, I might need to get a life. That's crazy. If I actually spent 10,000 hours on my console, that is pretty nuts, dude. That means I have spent 1.5 years on a console that's been out for 4 years. 7 hours a day. Is that what it would come down to? 7 hours? Okay. All right. It would have to be less. It does make me wonder, dude. I really do wonder how many hours I've spent playing the PS5. I know it's up there. It's a lot of time. Hopefully you have not spent that much time gaming in just a matter of 4 years. I mean, there are definitely weeks probably that if I gamed at that level, yeah, that it couldn't be 10,000 hours. Maybe it'd have to be like 6,000 or 7,000. Roughly 3.5 hours a day on average. All right, on second. See, I'm not doing the math right now, but if what you're saying is true, if you're saying that translates to about 3.5 hours on average a day, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It could be. It could be. 8 hours a day for 4 years since launch is 11,860 hours. Damn. That's a job, bro. Shit, I should just stream games. If I just streamed like just me playing on my PS5, I'd be streaming. My God. I would basically live on, like, I stream a lot now. Basically, what I'm saying is when I'm not streaming here, I'm gaming. Although I do imagine a certain amount of that time would be like idle. Like my console's on, but I'm not actually sitting down in front of it using it. And I don't use my console for YouTube or anything. I actually don't use the PS5 for any media function, except maybe on occasion like a Blu-ray. Stream the workouts too. That would be so weird. I mean, I know people do that. I don't know that I could do that. I would feel so uncomfortable. Be a QA tester for Ubisoft. They really need it. Spent over 2,000 hours playing Battlefield 1. Damn. Cypherpunk with the super chat. And to everybody who super chatted, seriously, you guys are saints. Thank you so much for being patient with me. I know I'm just going on and on here. Cypherpunk says, the world will be at war in the next decade. Well, if that's true, it'll be a boom for the economy. Metal Gear Solid 4 was right again, bro. Kojima was right again. It's all about that war economy. Kazjam says, I just love that Doomer energy, by the way, Cypherpunk. Like, we're just talking about games, and he's just like, bro, World War's coming. All right? You hear? Kazjam says, how much do you think the PS6 will cost? I mean, I guess I'm going to have to say $700 now. I don't know. Like, it's difficult for me to imagine the Pro being as capable as it is and as powerful as it is at $700. And knowing it, like, the more thought I put into it, the PlayStation 6 is going to trounce. Right? Like, that's the whole thing. The PlayStation 6 is going to trounce the PS5 Pro, or at least that's the assumption. So I guess I can't say any less than 700. Because it wouldn't make sense right now. If I said 600, so wait, you're telling me a PlayStation 6 will be $100 less than the PS5 Pro? Well, that doesn't make any sense. And it doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. Although, yeah, I will. So it could be Sony might be willing to subsidize the costs. And that's what they've done this whole time. If it costs them $700 to manufacture a PlayStation 6, Sony might, and I have to emphasize might, they might be willing to subsidize that $100, loss and sell it at a loss. in the name of getting people to buy it. But the only way Sony would be willing to do that is if they still have confidence that they can really penetrate the console market the way that they have in the past. And you're talking about doing that 4 to 5 years from now. Who knows what it's going to be like at that point? So Omen86 says, at the end of the day, all this nonsense is irrelevant and PlayStation is still #1 high-end gaming platform, both for players and developers. Damn, Omen86 out here flexing those PlayStation muscles. Sony #1, baby. PlayStation #1, let's go. For the players, for the developers, let's go, brother. I like the energy. I like the positivity, though. I do. Because you know what? Yeah, like, fuck all these haters. PlayStation's the best. Herman still. This is why I love my chat, bro. Omen86 out here flexing. And the first chat I see is Herman needs to get fired. Well, if there's one thing that is absolutely true, Omen, is neither Microsoft nor Nintendo are offering a very high-end premium console gaming experience. And that's the truth, man. I don't care what anybody says. Xbox players are absolutely eyeing the Pro. Not all Xbox players. I want to make that clear. Not all. But think about this for a moment. Last generation, Xbox players were upset, or at least a portion of them were upset, because Microsoft delivered an underpowered console. Microsoft came out with the Xbox One X mid-gen refresh, which was premium at the time. It was like $500, which at that time, 2016 or 17, that was pretty premium. And they were hyped. Project Scorpio, if I remember correctly, 6 teraflops, world's most powerful console. Oh, they were hyped. And then Microsoft did it again with the Series X. Guess what? Series X, 12 teraflops of power. $500. World's most powerful console once again. Now, if you look at where we are, PS5 Pro, 33 teraflops. By far and away the world's most powerful console, and nothing around to touch it. Yes, it's 700, but there's no console on the market that can match that. Not even close. So you take that, and then you also take the fact that Microsoft is beginning to port their games to PlayStation. Indiana Jones could very well be PS5 Pro Enhanced. You're going to tell me people who bought Xbox consoles are not kind of like side-eyeing the PS5 right now, Pro, and just being like, You know, I'm pretty sure there is definitely a group of Xbox console players who might be interested in the Pro. Now, granted, I know what people are going to say. Like, no, they're just going to go to PC. Why didn't they do that already? You know what I mean? Like, if that was the case, they're just going to go. I mean, I feel like if that was the case, they would have already went. I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm not saying it's a large group of players. I'm just saying I do believe that there are some Xbox buyers who bought into the power factor with the Xbox One X, with the Xbox Series X, and they like the console experience, and they realize now that Microsoft's not doing that anymore. And now Sony's coming out and they're taking the power crown back in the console space. And I think that that's going to make some of them be like, okay, I'm going to go buy the Pro then. Again, I don't think it's a large group of people, but I do think that there are some people out there that absolutely would buy a $700 premium Xbox Series console. Are there PC players who would buy the Pro? Probably not. I don't think so. The only PC players I could see maybe somewhat even remotely considering a Pro would have to be people on low end or like mid-range PCs that were thinking about upgrading, but are going to now see, like, they're going to probably compare, like, how much would it cost for me if I want to upgrade my PC to get the equivalent level of performance or higher of a Pro versus just going with the Pro. Maybe in that case, but Waylark, you're saying by that logic, wouldn't most want an Xbox in 2026 when it's then the most powerful with nothing else around? I mean, keep in mind, when I say most, I'm referring to people who absolutely care about the power factor. But I don't know. That's what makes the situation a little bit more, or maybe even a lot more enticing for PlayStation specifically, is PlayStation's not putting their games on Xbox. That's why I'm specifically saying Xbox console players. Like, they are losing some of their games right now. Not a lot, but it's happening. And they're not getting a mid-gen refresh. Sony's not losing their games to Xbox, and they are getting a mid-gen refresh. So that's where I feel like, yeah, Microsoft will seemingly be able to reclaim the power crown come 2026, but we also have to ask ourselves how many other Xbox games would have released on PlayStation by 2026. And because I do think that does play a role. As long as Sony doesn't put their games on Xbox and Xbox does put their games on Sony or on PlayStation, I think that makes a big difference in how people go about choosing which console to potentially buy. But I get where you're coming from. We'll have to see how Microsoft chooses to handle that, because I don't know, like if Microsoft comes out in November of 2026 with a super ultra powerful but also very expensive next generation Xbox, and Gears of War E-Day is a launch exclusive and it's not launching on PlayStation, yeah, that could have an impact. Absolutely. I'm not going to deny that. That absolutely could make people go, oh, fuck, hey, let's go. It's like it's like Xbox 360 all over again, except way more expensive. Because that's the only thing. I don't think the next gen Xbox is going to be cheap either. Although, I don't know, man, Microsoft, they could afford it. I don't know if they're going to want to burn money like that, but if they really wanted to, they could sell a really premium console and eat the loss. But I don't know that they'd be willing to do that. They're not trying to just constantly lose money, you know? Can I see the resolution that most of my viewers watch my streams at? I actually don't have that data. No. That would be pretty weird, though. 85% are watching at 480p. Saying there are PC players and popular YouTubers that are going to buy the Pro, and one of them has a 4090 and an R9 5950X. He's buying it for GTA 6. Interesting. It's not going to be next gen, just a handheld Xbox. Stop with that. I'm going to laugh if that's all it ends up being, just literally a handheld Xbox. You know what? The Surface team is apparently making the next Xbox. Holy shit, you could be right. They're going to go hybrid. Yo, Microsoft's about to try to compete with Nintendo. No way. What happened? What happened? Piper, bro. I feel like, Piper, I feel like you really... you're saying, can you please explain how Xbox players are losing their games? No, I'm not saying... All right, maybe I did word it that way. It's not that they're losing their games. It's simply that games that Microsoft would use to incentivize people to buy their console and not the competing console a certain portion of them are now going to the competing console. That's what I mean. Indiana Jones, Sea of Thieves, Hi-Fi Rush, Pentiment. There's going to be more at some point. Apparently, I don't know, Flight Simulator's coming. And that's going to continue. Doom. You know, these are games that Microsoft would have leveraged, or even should have leveraged, to bring people over to their console. If they're going to buy a console, if they're walking into a store or they're shopping online, they're trying to decide which console do I go with, every game that was coming from their studios that's also have made available on PlayStation consoles or Switch consoles, it's one less reason for somebody to consider buying an Xbox. And that's all I mean by that. And that's why I'm saying, like, people keep making the joke, like, yo, Starfield is going to come to PlayStation 5 and be PS5 Pro Enhanced. Like, I don't give a shit if it does. I'm not playing Starfield. But if that does happen, it's like, sheesh. You know? I'm not saying it will. I'm not saying I'm banking on it. But it's like, at the rate Microsoft is going, it wouldn't shock me. So it's not about, like, if you have Indiana Jones pre-ordered for Xbox, you're still going to get it earlier than PS5 players by like 3 or 4 months or something like that. And that's fine. And you're not losing your game. Like it's not like it's literally leaving your library and you can't play it. I just mean that in terms of where we're headed. I don't know. Maybe this is why Microsoft is doing it, dude. Maybe Microsoft sees where Sony's going, where Sony's just going to go like high profit margins, higher profit margins, and not really try to appeal to the masses as much as they once did. And that's where they're going to exist in the console space. I don't know. At that point, I'm just spitballing, you know? A couple super chats I missed. We have Cypherpunk saying Nintendo sticks to their own lane during any gen. That's absolutely true. That's what's going to be so funny. I was just thinking, like, damn, dude, Sony comes out with a $700 Pro and makes everybody angry for a little bit. Makes me wonder, like, how the Switch... I don't know. People are saying, like, they're expecting the new Switch to be, like, $500. What do we think about that? Does that sound reasonable? Does that sound... I don't know. How do you think people are going to react to a $500 Switch too? I feel like it would be okay. Saying if they're smart, they'll do 400. No, PS Gamer, I was not able to order a disc drive. $500 and weaker than the Series S. It's going to be 400. 400, I think, would be the sweet spot. According to IGN, no Xbox competition encouraged Sony to charge $700 for the Pro. Is this like an article they wrote? Because I've seen multiple people refer to this. Silent Spartan says, have you considered... Oh, I read that one already. Omen86 with another chat says, talk about multitasking. I'm playing Resident Evil 4 on the VR2 while listening to MBG stream in the background. I'm surprised that actually works. Bro, hold on. You're telling me you're pausing. I can't believe that, Omen86. I'm seeing you in the chat right now. If this is true, that's insane multitasking. You are in the chat. You're dropping super chats while playing Resident Evil 2 or Resident Evil 4 VR and Resident Evil 4 in VR 2. You're doing it all, bro. Be careful. It almost sounds dangerous. I'm almost caught up with the super chats finally. Cypherpunk says Microsoft and Nvidia have partnered up for multiple deals over the past 2 years. You think a next-gen Xbox could be Microsoft and Nvidia powered, GeForce now included? I could see that, yeah. I think there were rumors of that, by the way, that Microsoft was considering Nvidia as their partner for their next console. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. That could kind of shake things up. Jerry A., I'm still hold on, Jerry. I got to see. I still have a couple more I haven't read. Maybe yours is coming up. Lewis says, what are your thoughts on Sony and PlayStation? Feels like they're between a rock and a hard place with Astro Bot showing what they're best at, and with the Pro now feels like they're losing touch a bit. I do think that this is basically going to be Sony for a while going forward. I think that it's going to be like high highs and some low lows, and a lot of just, okay, this is fine in between. I think this is how it's going to be, because I think with a lack of pressure I do think when it comes to the competitiveness of the home console market, and there being like an overall lack of really pressured competition right now, I think Sony's trying to basically experiment a little. I think that's obvious. I mean, I think people need to understand that a lot of what we are seeing, not just with the Pro, but with every decision Sony is making, they're trying to garner data so that way they can use that data, at least to some small extent, to try to better map out how they should proceed with the PlayStation 6. Like, I did say it doesn't make sense to take the data from the PS5 Pro and apply that to the PlayStation 6, but surely there's at least something you can take from it. But that's why I feel like even looking at something like Concord, like, can we just force this game through? Like, can we just do it? The answer is no. You can't. Okay. We still need to hear about Astro Bot sales, right? Like, can Astro Bot be a big, heavy hitter for us sales-wise? Yes or no? We'll find out. We also have OK Kapapa saying, I think the PS5 Pro will be a success. Day one purchase for me. Let's be happy we are getting options. Yeah, again, that's the big thing, man, is I feel like it's a little bit silly for people to be raging as hard as they are over an option. You know? Like, you can hate that option, but I just don't know that it really requires all that. I don't know. Silent Spartan says, I got a disk drive if you end up needing it. Oh, shit. Silent Spartan's got me covered. Damn. Well, I'll let you know, man. I'll definitely keep that in mind, because I don't know. It might happen. Hey, guys, I turns out I did secure a pre-order for the Pro, but no disk drive. Silent Spartan, I'm going to have to hit you up. Michael Werneth with his milestone chat says, does the PS5 Pro have the ability to suspend more than one game now? Like the Xbox can suspend 4 to 6 games at once. I don't know. I'm going to say probably not. I feel like they would have announced that, but they didn't mention anything like that in the blog post. Chad A says, I just ordered the disk drive from the PlayStation Direct site just in case. I have 2 OG PS5s. Well, Chad, you're covered, bro. You ordered. So you have 2 OG PS5s, yeah. Yep. I got 2 as well. Kainsey7 says $700 is around 7 premium pulls on any mob game. SDO says 2 terabyte Xbox, $600. Steam Deck, $650. PS5 Pro, $700. Everybody angry. I've seen a lot of people talking about things like the Steam Deck and the ROG Ally. And I won't lie, man. Like, it is kind of weird to see the level of rage that people are willing to put toward. Because the thing about like the Steam Deck and the ROG Ally is they are kind of similar in the sense. I'm not saying they're exactly the same. I'm saying they share a similar category of optional hardware, like that you know can be supplementary. Optional hardware, you know what I mean? They're not exactly the same, and it's not a complete apples to oranges comparison. But it is interesting that people are willing to totally okay to pay this very premium price for these different devices, you know? And that's the thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, if you want to spend $600 or $700 or $800 on a handheld, why not? Again, like, why would I give a shit what you're spending your money on? If it makes you happy, that's all that matters. Waylark says, or I read that one already. Hold on, we got Kainsy70 says, imagine the X crap handheld just being a cloud player. I love how you say X crap. But I can run Excel on my Steam Deck. I don't know why that made me laugh. I can run Excel. Waylark says Xbox is just doing the Sony to PC strategy. Xbox, by the way, Jerry, hold on. I don't think I got your super chat, buddy. I'm not seeing it here. I don't think it went through. Yeah, oh, sorry. Here we go, Jerry. I found you. I did read yours. You said physical game sales accounted for 4% of PlayStation Q3 2023 revenue. The disk drive is sold separately, so I got you, bro. No worries. That was way back there, though. Okay says, good combos today. Keep up the good work. MBG, well, I appreciate that. I'll do my best. I was hoping that like the conversation wouldn't be too overly redundant, but it was just one of those things where it's like, I don't know, man. There's still more to be said, you know? Even though I streamed for like 4 hours yesterday, there's still somehow more to be said. Cypherpunk says SD and ROG are open. You can do a lot with them. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's not an apples to oranges comparison. I'm not trying to say it is. I'm just saying that, like, I think we can both agree, or at least I think most people can agree, that most people are not going to be running out to spend, you know, just like $600, $700, $800 on a handheld, even if you can do more with it, you know, because you can do more with your phone too, right? And everybody has a smartphone. So I just think I think it's disingenuous, truthfully. I do. I think it's a tad bit disingenuous when people try to make it sound like you're not buying a Steam Deck for gaming. Like you are. Like you're buying a Steam Deck to play games in handheld mode. And that's great. Like that's what it's for. Like that's why you bought it. Is it cool that you could do more? Yes, that's awesome. But that's why you bought it. If you're buying these handheld devices, they're targeting people who play games. And the idea is you're going to buy this to play premium games on a handheld. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I just feel like, sure, I can't do all that extra stuff on a PlayStation console, but I don't know. It would be cool to see Sony open up the PlayStation console a little bit more. Like, I will say, I do miss the PS3 days in that sense. Like, I do miss the XMB. I do miss that Sony. I feel like that was like almost perfect where they have everything kind of there. And it wasn't like fully open, but you know what I mean? It was a little bit more open. You could do more with it. But at the same time, it's like I said, the PS5 can act as a really great multimedia machine, but I don't really use it for that. I don't know. I just use my PS5 for games, really. But to each their own, man. At the end of the day, that's what I say. To each their own. Omen86 with another chat says, Sony knows there's a PS4 fan base waiting to upgrade to a Pro next gen. Price too high? They might buy a base PS5 then. That's a W2, software sales. Yeah, I didn't think of that. I have seen people in the past say that they're waiting for the Pro. And that's why they didn't upgrade to the PS5 yet. And I do wonder if it's like some people waited all this time and they're like, oh, $700? Yeah, I'm just going to buy a regular PS5. I do wonder. Jerry A says, can't afford a Lambo, but I'm not crying about it, with the crying emoji. You are crying about it, Jerry. It's okay. We know you want a Lambo. It's fine. I want to play this clip. This is from Digital Foundry.
Which PC GPU do you believe will most closely match the new PS5 Pro GPU? Now, this is really tricky, right? Because obviously there was a great deal of commonality between the PlayStation 5 GPU and the RX 6700 10 gig. Same level of compute units, broadly similar processing power, different memory bandwidth. But when we tested it in like-for-like scenarios, very, very close. There are two AMD GPUs that we've kind of had in mind for this, and they would be the AMD RX Radeon 6800, not the 6800 XT. That should deliver your 45% GPU improvement over base PS5, or and it also has 60 compute units, I believe. And the alternative to that from the RDNA 3 lineup would be the RX 7800 XT, but you would need to downclock that significantly to about like 2.15 gigahertz, I think, to get a similar level of compute. The problem with talking about all of this is that neither of those GPUs will presumably have the RDNA 4 based RT features that we think are in the PlayStation 5 Pro. So that probably wouldn't be a good match. Similarly, there's not going to be any machine learning silicon in there. It's just extensions. It's just running ML extensions on the CUs, right? On RDNA 3. Is that correct, Alex? I think that's the case.
Yeah, that's it. That's at least for the consumer product. Yeah.
So yes, there's nothing to run Pisser on, or even an equivalent. I am intrigued as to what the footprint of XeSS DP4A is, but it's not the same thing. So yeah. We were thinking about the RTX 3070 Ti, I think, Alex.
Yeah.
Broadly equivalent compute, does have DLSS, does have better ray tracing, but even then it's mostly guesswork on those features.
It's like, yeah, that's guesswork. And also if we're doing comparisons and trying to get that to get proper on PC, the PS5 Pro is going to have more available graphics memory, which is going to, like, there's no great analog at the moment until maybe RDNA 4 comes out, and then we'll start seeing more analogs, I think. I mean, the CU will be different in RDNA 4, but we'll at least have something hopefully more similar, and hopefully by RDNA 4 we're going to start seeing machine learning acceleration in desktop GPUs. Maybe.
So does that mean anything to you guys? That was Digital Foundry basically trying to... My read on that is that they can't really gauge an accurate comparison right now to any GPU that's currently on the market, because there are seemingly some features in the Pro that are not available on the GPU market right now, and they will be on the market a little bit later on, maybe sometime in 2025 with the next wave of AMD GPUs, and then they'll get a much better read on it. So I don't know. Just thought I'd play that for you guys. Have Tom Warren here from The Verge. Tom Warren says, I reported earlier this year that that PS5 Pro Enhanced Games doesn't guarantee 60 FPS. Sony was not super clear on this yesterday, but there will still be 30 FPS PS5 Pro Enhanced games. Isn't Tom Warren the same dude that basically said the Xbox Series S was going to do like 1440p 120 FPS for games? Like, I could have swore I saw a tweet of his like years ago where he really thought that. Or is he the dude that tried to convince everybody that the Series S was actually like going to go toe-to-toe with the PS5? There's something like that. He would be the same guy. He would be the same dude that writes an article. You're saying, no, that was Destin and Jez Corden. Okay, maybe I'm getting them confused. It all kind of... Wait, Jerry says that was him. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised. Like, it's just so funny to me that he's like, yeah, PS5 Pro is still going to have 30 FPS games, bro. Like, oh, okay. Thanks for letting us know, Tom. Really, really need you to let us know that. I don't know, man. I just get the feeling that some of these, not all of them, certainly not all, but some of these people would be going crazy right now with excitement if Microsoft announced the Xbox Series Elite for $700. He retweeted and doubled down on it, saying it was facts and not console fluff. Damn. Cypherpunk says because it's a custom chip. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's the whole thing with the PS5 Pro. It is a custom chip, so it's going to be, I guess, a little bit difficult. Guys, hey. Come on. Boss. Away from the workspace here. Crazy cats. Okay, or really quick, Waylark says it's their job to point that out. No? I mean, I don't know, man. I guess it is, yeah, but I don't know. It feels like it's an interesting, like I said, it's an interesting angle to take. I don't necessarily blame him entirely because it's like you could have went with the pricing angle, which is the angle that everybody's taking right now, but I don't know, man. It's kind of funny that it's like PS5 Pro 30 FPS games. Oh. No, it's Tom Warren, I don't know what I expect. Okay, says consoles are simply following their natural evolution from entry-level / kid tech to high-end home appliances with PC / cloud and low-cost tech to fill the gap. That's an interesting way to look at it, okay. I don't think I really viewed it that way. But you're probably right. Yeah, because that seems to be where we're going. Omen86 says, in Sony we trust. Peace out. I'm off playing Astro. Well, thanks for tuning in, Omen, and appreciate all the support today. Yeah, I'm probably going to be going just a little bit longer here because holy shit, I did not realize I am streaming for nearly 4 hours. My God. Where's the time go, man? It really feels like I've only been streaming for like 2 hours. Let me make sure there isn't. Sorry, guys. I'm just checking around, seeing if there's anything. Why is this on the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit? See, this is what I mean. This is like, why is this a rumor? Tom Warren, Sony wasn't super clear on this yesterday, but there will still be 30 FPS games on PS5 Pro. Like, how the fuck is this a rumor? Guys, stop it. Cypherpunk says, isn't that what we call Xbox out for 30 FPS games? Yeah, but dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, what the difference? See, that's some gaslighting shit, though, dude. Nobody said anything about upcoming PS5 exclusives or like first party games being 30 FPS. Nobody said anything. See, this is why, Cypherpunk, what you just said is why this type of reporting is bullshit. Well, Sony didn't say their games won't be 30 FPS. Like, dude. Anyway, it says Sony's working on a new high-end version of the PS5 codenamed Trinity and will likely debut the PS5 Pro later this year. The Verge confirmed the specs, blah, blah, blah. Ultra Boost mode. Sources familiar with Sony's plans tell The Verge that Sony is asking developers to create a new PS5 Pro exclusive graphics mode in games that combine Sony's new PSSR upscaling to 4K with a 60 FPS frame rate and ray tracing effects. Insider Gaming first reported on some of these enhanced PS5 Pro game details last month. While Sony wants this new mode in games, the PS5 Pro Enhanced label will still be available for a variety of other scenarios that include 30 FPS games. Developers have the option of increasing the target resolution for the PS5 Pro games that run at a fixed resolution on PS5, or even increasing the target maximum resolution for games that run at variable resolution on PS5. This is a fucking nothing burger, dude. Like, translation: Sony is not mandating developers to make their games run at 60 FPS on the Pro. That's what it says. That's what he's confirming, which is not news. Sony would never mandate that for a Pro console. Developers would, it would be messy. I don't know, man. It's just crazy to me what people, like, I understand people are trying to find any way they can right now to shit on the Pro, and I get it. It's to be expected, especially with a $700 price point, but this is just like, come on, dude. Gee golly. You're telling me there's still going to be some developers and some studios that end up making 30 FPS games. Now, here's what would be interesting to me. You know what a real story would be, in my opinion? A real story would be Death Stranding 2 locked at 30 FPS on the Pro. Now, that's a story. Or the next Ghost of Tsushima. No 60 FPS mode on the Pro. Now, that's a fucking story. This, to me, is just, I don't know, man. This is interesting. On Twitter, Tim Dog said $700 for Pro, like I said, but it looks very good. Choices to be made or not to be made. Mike Ibarra, former Xbox executive, responded by saying, think of this a bit differently. Pro models or any in-generation upgrade is about existing users upgrading. So when the team evaluates the cost, they don't want to lose money on each console, as that puts pressure on other parts of the business. Hold on. And they think about how they can maximize value to players. The model: existing PS5 owners can trade in their PS5 at places like GameStop for $350 in credit today. Apply that to the $700 price point, and now upgrade cost is $350. While still not easy, much easier to stomach for some. This is the fundamental model they use. It won't fit for everyone, but it's all part of the larger go-to-market plan. And then somebody responded to Mike Ibarra by saying, so I paid £450 for my PS5, which I hasten to add comes with a Blu-ray drive and stand. Now, if I manage to sell mine at £350, doubt it, and then pay out the Pro at £700, that means I'll have paid out £800, plus I'd still need a drive for all my physical games. I'm not sold. And Mike Ibarra replied by saying, the good news is no one has to buy it. It's a low volume product, and I always think it's nice to say you have the fastest and most powerful console on the market. For many, the existing PS5 is fine, and people should be happy. Kind of like the S is fine. Some don't need the X. I get it's hard for developers to support all these different hardware capabilities, but it is what it is. So I just thought that was interesting and maybe worth pointing out. Mike Ibarra, former Xbox executive, kind of chiming in. Cyberpunk, you're saying third-party games is obviously who they mean, not first. I know, but that's what I'm trying to say, man, is that that wouldn't be the Pro's fault. You know what I mean? Like, so if we look at a game like I don't know, what's like the last multi-platform 30 FPS game? I can't even think of it. There's really not many. Like, I don't anticipate that there's going to be many. That's what I'm trying to say, Cyberpunk, is I do think there will occasionally be that game that comes out where it's like, look at how good this game looks. And then it's like, yeah, this is going to be locked at 30 FPS. Actually, Monster Hunter Wilds. Yeah, that's a good one. Monster Hunter Wilds is going to be apparently 30 FPS on consoles. I don't think the Pro is going to be able to just suddenly brute force that game, which is clearly CPU bound. Like the engine that this game is being built on, it's making it so that it's CPU bound on these consoles. It's not the CPU. It's just not powerful enough in the PS5 or the Series X to get it to run at a stable 60. The CPU inside of the Pro is not going to change. So if this engine is CPU bound and that's why it's running at 30, which is likely the reason, yeah, the Pro is not going to change that. And that's why I think it's like, I mean, I feel like this has been known the whole time. Like, I don't think anybody should be surprised by that. But that would be an interesting game to see. Like, if it's going to be PS5 Pro Enhanced, what it could do. How, like, I guess it would just go all in with the resolution and the graphics. We also have Perfect Image saying, MBG, I've been telling you it's up to the devs and the engines. It absolutely is. Any game that's going to be locked at 30 FPS this generation would not be able to hit 60 FPS until next generation with upgraded CPUs. That's how I see it anyway. Cypherpunk says it's the way it was shown. It makes it seem like all games will be 60 FPS and at 4K. That's all it takes for some reporters to jump on. Nothing too serious. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Cypherpunk. We do need to make sure that people are properly informed. And so I guess it's not... I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't necessarily hurt to have it out there, you know, but I don't know. I think it'll be made much more clear in the coming weeks. At least that's my assumption, that once Sony shows like a real batch of like, here are the 50 games, here are all the games that are enhanced. And I think it's all these developers. I think the reason why Sony's not saying it is because the developers want to say it. I think people need to kind of realize that developers are excited to talk about their games being PS5 Pro Enhanced because it puts the spotlight on their game. And whether it's new or not. And so Sony has to give them the opportunity. And I think once that happens, I think it's going to be very important that these devs are very clear about what upgrades you're going to be getting and not, you know, make sure there isn't much confusion. That's what I heard. You're saying they showed Hogwarts at 30 FPS with ray tracing. Yeah, a lot of people were saying that Hogwarts Legacy was actually running at 30 FPS, which is interesting. I didn't even notice, to be honest. Well, either way, the conversation about the PS5 Pro will continue, undoubtedly. I guess what I'll say right now, guys, is I finally caught up with all the super chats. Thank you guys so much for all the support. We'll do like a last call right now, okay? We're sitting at 65 members today, by the way. We are a 10 bomb away, 10 members away from hitting another goal. So if you want to drop any more membership gifts or any more super chats, now is going to be the time to do it because I'm going to be wrapping the stream up in just a couple of minutes. I streamed much longer today than I had planned on doing, but that's not a problem. It's good support today, good conversations. Had more to say than I thought. Let me go see if there's, make sure I didn't miss any other direct donation tips. All right, we're good on that, which is good. Let's see if there's... PS5 Pro still trending. Buster Keaton as Batman controversy? What? I don't even know. I don't even know what the hell that's talking about. Apparently Power World's coming to PS5, by the way. For anybody wondering. And Michael Wernick. Michael comes in, dude, he's not done. He dropped a 50 bomb. He's dropping another 5 on you guys. Michael Wernick with another 5 bomb. He brings us up to 70 members. So Michael just set you up For anybody listening, Michael set you up for another 5 bomb, gets us to 75. Michael, bro, thank you for the immense support today, bro. It's incredible stuff. Very grateful for the generosity of the community. Yeah, you guys are the sponsors of the channel. I can only do what I do here because you make it possible. These 4-hour live streams filled with immense conversation alongside insane rants and incoherent rambling. You guys make it possible. So thank you so much. Amazing community we have here. And we also have Abdallah says, I mean, USD 700 is just 215 in my country's currency. I'm definitely going to get the Pro, and I'm going to wait for Monster Hunter Wilds. I mean, yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people today, man. If there's one thing that was made clear is there's quite a few people, at least in this community, and even people I've seen on Twitter, there's quite a few people that are excited for the Pro. I know that's difficult for some people to accept, but it is the reality. There's a lot of people very upset about the Pro and not happy about it, but a lot of people who are too. Yeah, I got to get the reps. Got to get the reps in. Blocked 4 times says, you think Tom is capping when he says the CPU is the same? No, the CPU, if you're talking about the PS5 Pro, the CPU it's going to have a 10% boost. It is the same CPU with a 10% boost. So not a big boost at all, but, you know, should do something. And Kane Z7 comes in, he does it. Kane Z7 drops another 5 bomb, and the gifts are being doled out. W's in the chat. We did it. 75 members crushed today. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff there, guys. You absolutely destroyed it today. So let me update this. You guys can see where we're at. We'll get some reps. 75. There we go. I really wish this didn't take so long every time. But Kane, thank you so much, man. And thank you to everybody for showing such strong support today. Yeah, dude, we're close to Pro numbers. I'll be able to afford the PS5 Pro soon. Let's get those reps, though. I do owe you guys that. Hold on. It's right here. Man, I gotta tell you, it's more difficult than it looks to do that when you already did your workout earlier in the day. But there we go. Got some shoulder presses, some curls in there. Had to tweak my form a little bit with the curls, but I don't know how many reps in total. I don't think it was 75, but that's for you guys. Hitting the goal. And yeah, whew. Over 4 hours, bro. Another 4-hour stream. God damn. Would Arnold complain? Good point, Titus. More reps. The more reps, the better. I think that's what Arnold would say. But guys, that is going to wrap up today's stream. We'll see if I can get a video out. I would like to do that. Trying to be as consistent as I can with the video content on top of the streams. Again, when it comes to members content, my goal is to do something with you guys, with all the channel members on Friday. So just keep that in mind. Be on the lookout for that. And yeah, before I head out, I do just, again, I want to thank everybody for the immense support. You guys are amazing. We have an amazing community, very generous individuals here. Everybody who dropped the super chat, thank you guys so much. Crazy amount of super chats. It's very much appreciated. Anybody who dropped a direct donation, anybody who dropped a membership gift, again, 75 gifts today. Michael with the 50 bomb, going nuts. Thank you guys so much. And the last thing I will ask you to do as you're heading out is just hit that like button. We're almost at 400 likes. And a big shout out to Devil Shooter. He does the timestamps for the streams. So if you see Devil Shooter in the comments, give him a big thanks. Show him some love. I know he really appreciates it. He does a great service to this community. Devil Shooter, thank you so much for what you do, man. And that does it. That wraps it up. So guys, enjoy the rest of your day, evening, or night. Tomorrow is Thursday? Tomorrow's Thursday. Yeah. So tomorrow's Thursday. We're going to do another stream, same time, same place. And then Friday, I'm aiming for a member stream, a longer than usual member stream. So that's the plan. All right. So I'll catch you guys tomorrow. In the meantime, don't forget to don't forget to I was going to say don't forget to buy your PS5 Pro disc drives, but they're already sold out. So don't forget to buy your PS5 Pro stand. I don't know. All right, that's it. Take care, guys. I don't know what the hell I'm saying anymore.